Welcome. My name is Jackie Chin, and this is Zombiepalooza Radio. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are going to have a nice full 5-hour lineup. We have all film creatives here. I'm very excited to be able to bring people on who work in the indie film industry and listen to some of their stories. Some have been in since the early 90s, while others are just recently joining. Some are actors, some create, not only they act, but they do screenplays or they check screenplays over. They also do special effects and they scout for locations and all of that really cool kind of stuff. But first, what I want to do is I want to take a full minute to give respect to all those lives that have been lost within the last couple of weeks. And it's important to do that. So we're gonna do that. One minute is not nearly enough for all of what is conspired over this past couple of weeks, but as you see, a minute of time can feel almost like an eternity. Our first guest, well, I'm going to go through the lineup actually. We have Chris Polidoro. We have Edward X. Young. We have a gentleman I met at a convention recently. He goes by the name of Saba. Then we have Rick Jermain, Mel Heflin, Doug Kaufman, Nathan Ludwig, Jon Briton, and Keith Munden. And very excited to be able to talk with all of them. So while I go and get some more information, I'm going to bring up Chris to the show, and hopefully we'll be able to get him linked all in, and we'll get this party started. There you go, Chris. Go ahead. Click that link. Chris has been on the show before, but this is the first time that he's on the Facebook. I keep calling YouTube Facebook for some reason. I live on Facebook. First time that he is being brought in by YouTube. And we had a pretty successful little 10-minute conversation earlier, so I'm hoping that everything just stays in place and life is good. And I might have to go about clicking him in through another means. He's coming in. Oh, there you are. Well, hello.
Hello.
People were getting tired of me talking to myself. I don't know. I don't know what happens, right? All right, so Chris, lovely to have you on the show again. This is our new digs on YouTube, and we're very excited to have you on. Why don't you, while I go and get your information, why don't you tell the folks who you are and the kinds of things that you create in, and then we'll start with a full interview.
Okay, right on.
Thank you.
Well, I'm a special effects artist. I've been doing it for about 30 years, and I'm also an anesthesia tech or anesthesia technologist, and usually use my reference from my work at the hospital to make realistic prosthetics and special effects. And I actually worked for a medical company for a while, making medical trainers for the military and for the police.
I enjoy the fact that you're able to take something that you truly love to create in and be able to put it into a practical use for people to be able to help them understand how wounds are created and the different kinds of things that they will encounter in certain situations. What is it like for you to be able to actually take that craft and be able to put it into a uh, real world situation?
Well, actually, they're kind of part and parcel for me. The horror movie stuff was a passion of mine when I was a kid because everybody gets into horror movies when they're children, and because you face what scares you, you embrace it and decide to investigate it. But that also led to me getting into the medical profession as well, and I was able to use my ability to recreate things realistically to make medical trainers kind of like the Recessa Annie kind of things. You ever
Mm-hmm.
done CPR
Yeah,
class
yeah,
before? These were a little bit more involved, where we actually built the bodies and the props and the trainers from the ground up, from bones to viscera to nerves to vasculature, and I made a couple of props, no, not props, but actually training devices that were used for the test for bacterial meningitis on newborns. So I was able to create a spinal tap uh, analog, so that nurses and medical personnel could practice getting in between the certain vertebra and extracting fluid and then using that for testing without having to use a real human cadaver. So a lot of it was representational of the actual tissue and the feel and the touch and of the tissue to represent what they were going to experience with a live person. So
Talk
that was
talk to me a little bit about your perspective that you bring to special effects. Meaning, what kind of history do you have? Who have you learned from? What kind of schools have you gone to? And what have you done, say, like within the last couple of years?
well. I started out actually, I think, like every other horror movie nerd. I learned from watching movies and behind the scenes stuff when I could get a chance to actually view like a videotape back in the day. I'm dating myself right now, but
I don't know what those are. What are those? I only know the round things.
yeah, right. I started out learning from books. Really, I learned from Dick Smith's course, and also from Tom Savini's Grand Illusions books, Richard Corson's stage makeup books. And basically, what I really want to do is just, besides make a really cool Halloween costume, I wanted to create um, actual realistic scenes and props for haunted houses, which, when I first started out, when I was in my teens, was to say that I actually was professional, like meaning that I got paid like 5.35 an hour to to put makeup on a bunch of high school kids for paramedic simulations and stuff like that. But it also led for me to uh, create my own, stories and my own movies with friends as well. I ended up having the using those skills to work for a place called Creative Arts Unlimited in St. Petersburg, Florida, where we made the Macy's Day 2000 windows for the parade, and it was for Disney. So we did a bunch of animatronic characters and mostly styrofoam sculpting and minimalistic mechanics. And that's where I met my friend Marcus Cook, who is another special effects artist from American Guinea Pig fame, Bloodshot, Bouquet of Guts and Gore, Fell. He's got an incredible resume. So we became fast friends like in '99, and we've been working together ever since. So I also had the fortune of working with Tom Savini, who is a special effects artist who created Jason from Friday the 13th and Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead.
A lot of people would be amiss if I didn't ask you a little bit about what it's like to learn from a person who is so steeped in special effects as he was, or I should say as he is. He's not, he's alive.
Yeah, well, true. Yeah.
Yes.
Tom was very good to me, actually. He was actually there just as an actor in this movie called Web of Darkness we did, directed by Rick Danford. And
I know him. Good
guy.
Rick.
Okay, right on.
Yeah, Rick
I still talk to him on a regular basis. Actually, he's working on another compilation film of short stories called The Nightmare Collection.
Yes.
Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Okay, sorry.
I'm good. It's all good.
Yeah, but no, I started doing. It was Tom. Tom actually gave me a lot of good advice and was goodly enough to throw my name out in Cinefantastique magazine in one of his interviews, which made me just smile from ear to ear. And when I saw the publication actually come out, I kind of ran around the block 4 times just grinning.
I actually had him on my show for 20 minutes.
I know, I was part of that.
Yes, it was very surreal. It was.
Well, he was camping this time with his nephew, so I mean,
yeah.
So
at a all night horror festival, and it was a drive-in theater out in a tent, the whole everything. All right, so what are some of the points that he would tell you that actually helped you be able to produce in a more productive way?
Well, Tom was very insightful because not only was he, a special effects artist, a talented artist, an actor, and a very educated man, he was also a photographer in Vietnam. So he had seen the real stuff before I had seen it actually in the OR, and he gave me a lot of insight as far as how to look at, you want to make something convincing. My favorite piece of advice he gave me was the more you do, the more you get to do. Every open door that people offer to you, if you have to work for free, work for free. Work up and build your resume and and pay attention to realism, because there was a lot of things back when he was doing stuff earlier in his career that he was, another favorite quote of mine is he was like, he would watch like old cowboy movies or war movies, and people would get shot and they just kind of go, ugh, and fall over, He said that's not how it works, and obviously, from his work, you've seen like, Friday the 13th and stuff like that, and above and beyond. There's a lot more going on there. There's not just, blood splattered on something. There's a layer of fat underneath the epidermis. There's musculature that there's a rhythm to the blood pumping, whether it's through adrenaline from trauma or if it's just a seeping wound. And what he really taught me to do is just to pay attention. And if that's, he also told me that, makeup isn't all about just gore. Selling at the time when he was really, becoming popular. Mm-hmm. Because in the late 70s, when you're talking about the old Italian films and, and Lucio Fulci and, to like Guillermo stuff, which I respect on so many levels, besides being a director and an all-around awesome guy, the detail. And that's what really
So here, what I want to ask you is, what was the first thing that you were working on where you actually reflected on that, about what he said, and how did it change the practical special effect that you created?
Well, actually, I was my first real professional gig, and I was very fortunate for this. Was I was working on Rick Danford's movie Web of Darkness, and Tom being the special effects consultant as well as an actor, I had to do a stake through the heart for Brink Stevens, which is a well-known scream queen, Fangoria, and all that other stuff. And so I had to stake her and then do a multiple slit throats and stuff. And he was guiding me as far as how to just actually texture it and to make sure that you convey to the director how you approach your effects, and so they have a better idea on how to shoot it. What a lot of effects artists starting out don't realize is that you have an idea in your mind to create on how it's supposed to be shot, and communication is key. Hey, look, this looks better in this light, this looks better from this angle, shoot it from this side, shoot it from that side, and that way, basically what we're trying to create is an illusion.
Right, just to make it as realistic as possible.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
All right, it's really hot during this time of year, and when people are making, doing film work, they often have to deal with the weather as an issue. What are some things that you can recommend doing that would be helpful for people who have to work outside in the element, as far as very high heat?
Well, being from Florida, and right now it's about as close to hell as you can get right now. it's about 95 degrees and 89 or 90% humidity, so the feel like temperature is about 102. The best thing you can do is know your materials, depending on what you're using. If say you're using silicone, that's the most resilient the average Joe can afford, but it's not insurmountable to buy it. But I would recommend that mostly. But unfortunately, the one thing with silicone is it doesn't work with a lot of other materials. Pretty much it's a one-trick pony. It only does, not a one-trick pony, but it only likes itself. Silicone only likes itself. Then you have, it can't mix it with latex because it'll inhibit the cure experiment at that point. So by learning materials and knowing what they interact with and what the contraindications are, as far as how far you can push it and where you can take it and how it shoots on film, I always recommend taking photo stills of your effects while you're doing them. That way you can see how they kind of read on camera. But that, I think, is one of the biggest things that I've ever learned is what actually works with what, and that usually saves a lot of headaches, man, because I've worked on a couple of films where the directors and the filmmakers buy the materials and you gotta ghost ride through it. And whether you're working with gelatin, which has a very low heat point, it'll melt at the drop of a hat. I don't know how they did Lord of the Rings with all those gelatin ears and gelatin feet, prosthetics.
Probably had somebody running behind them. Wait a minute, we gotta fix.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's how to fix things. That's a very good point you brought up, because knowing how they work, knowing how to fix things, and knowing how to augment when stuff inevitably always does on every film project goes awry, and you might end up on a set where you need, and you're in the middle of the woods and
no water.
you don't have electricity. You can't set up a pot of gelatin with no power unless you're cooking over like a campfire, which I've done before. Or even not even so much. Even cold. Cold is a big factor too, because it inhibits the cure of a lot of materials. You have to plan for that stuff. So it's all practice and knowledge from experience. And luckily, I've got enough of that in the bag now that I can preemptive strike, full nosedive.
So, all right. So we talked a little bit about some of the things that don't work well in heat. Then what I'm interested in is, what about when it's really cold? Is there any particular...
Heat actually is a catalyst, which anybody that's in earth science class or something knows that it usually speeds up things. And so sometimes you don't want it to be so fast, and it cures faster than you need it to, or you want to kind of regulate your environment to your materials. So that's all
right.
That's one of the first things I learned after failing a million times, as I have done.
Talk about what it is, what it's like when you get a script in your hand. What is the first thing that you do as a special effects creator or an advisor to a project that you just get? Chris?
Okay, it was from you kind of broke up on me there. But
all right, so
I think where you were going with that.
First, can I ask you to please, you've got like about another 10 minutes. Please find one spot and sit in it, and don't twist back and forth with your chair because it's highly distracting.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. I know, and this is new for you. And right now we have a glorious side shot. There, sit still, don't move. All right. So
I'm sorry.
That's all right. What I'd like to do is I'd like to get what it is that you do first when you get a script, and you're going to be either advising special effects or you're going to be creating them. What is it that you need to do first?
Well, the first thing I do is I sit with the director and the writer and the lighting guy. Absolutely, first and foremost, if you can't see it, it's not going to look good on film. So I consult with them what their vision is. If they have any designs, take a look at them and talk about what they're going for, and then work around maybe redesigning stuff to make it more, and offer ideas. Next step, once we get that all in the bag as far as what they're going for, and try to make their vision come to life with the people they have cast, and find out if they have any allergies.
Right.
With, like, some people aren't comfortable with contacts, some people aren't comfortable with like some people have latex allergies, some people don't like to be covered in goop, covered in anything, some people just love to be covered in blood. So it's always good to get a good demographic established as far as who you're working with, and then you can start really as far as the materials.
What is the next section, like the next step that you need to go through after you've done that? What do you do next?
Well, then I break down formulate an approach on how to work out the mechanics of the design of what they'd like. Like, say, I'll give you an example, like say a slit throat. Do they want to show the knife come across the throat, or do they want to just have them come up and a shot from the back and the knife just comes across unseen? And then the throat open, what kind of tubing or anything like that. I try to design for form and function. Notes to that, and then decide on what my materials will be to be as appropriate for the situation.
And then the third step is to go and actually do the application itself.
Well, yeah, I do I try to prep, and once I get an established design of what I'm going to do, then I make sure that everybody is involved, whether it be not just the actor, but also the director and the cinematographer and lighting and all that. They're all aware of how things react in certain lighting, or or how they react to each other. So nobody's like as long as if you get everybody on your team know what to expect, which is a brainer, but sometimes people just kind of, I've seen a lot of people just kind of hope for the best and leave it up to the effects artist, but that's not kind of my modus operandi. I like to be in the know, so and everybody can really give their best, do their best job, you know, especially even the actors or actresses, and anticipate them, and then they can give their best performance, you know. And I think that's always worked out for me. Problem, I had only one time there was an issue where someone said they were cool with blood, and then when they got a little bit bloody, they kind of freaked out. They were a bit squeamish.
Yeah, you can't be.
Yeah, but you know,
Absolutely. All right.
you got to find other ways around that. I'll give you a perfect.
Your audio is cutting out, but I can hear you now. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I think the fourth part of it, is being able to adapt to situations when they don't work out as well as, you know, say an actor, like I said, was squeamish. I had to go from using like a certain type of blood that was too realistic for her to recreating something out of food coloring and made it taste like chocolate cake, so she wasn't
yummy.
She had too much blood. She was all for it, but then when she got a mouthful of gore, she was like, wasn't about it. So I had to make it taste like chocolate cake, and I did that with a great little recipe I learned from Marcus Cook, powder and Caro syrup, and you know, watered it down a little bit so it wasn't so viscous, and you gotta play it to the people on your team. So
all right, so I need to get you to give me a couple of links for some of the stuff that you've done recently, because we're at the 8:27 mark. Go ahead.
Okay, you can go to you could actually see all the trailers for the movies I've worked on, like recently. Scathing, 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 directed by Joe Massafero, with a great actor by the name of John Kyle, who's been in a lot of films. He's like 7'2". It was fun putting makeup on him. I need to stand on the chair. You can also go to YouTube and see American Guinea Pig Bouquet of More, directed by Stephen Biro, Marcus Cook. American Guinea Pig 2, Bloodshot, which is my new favorite one right now. Well, and the third one is out because we're working on that now. We're just started production. But that Bloodshot is I saw the actual test screening in front of a live audience at show. We just did a small run. People look so uncomfortable sitting in their seats. It's like they were chewing on tinfoil while they were watching it, which gave me
yeah.
And I and this other girl, Kat, who was also an effects artist, along with Stephen Biro and Jim Van Beber and stuff like that. We and in my opinion, because when you get a reaction from the audience like that, that's what it's all about. That's what makes it fun, you know.
Give another shout out. Give another shout out for Tampa Bay.
Give another shout out for Tampa Bay. What you said?
Yep.
Oh, let's see. Rick Danford, incredible filmmaker. Joe Davison, incredible filmmaker. Let's see. Like I said, Joe Massafero, Marcus Cook, Stephen Biro. All these films. You know, Tampa's. I just actually recently had a about it. As far as being the Florida, apparently we've made a name for ourselves since '99.
Yes.
A microcosmic, like the Italians, you know.
What I'm going to do.
Which is cool, man.
Cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a lot of the people from Tampa Bay Picture Show area and bring them onto the show and do like a full 5 hour of nothing but bringing these people on that actually own the theater itself and some of the other people that have been very influential in helping to be able to make sure that this place does not close. All right. So we have been talking with Chris. I always get hung up on your last name. Polidoro. I usually add extra syllables and stuff because I want to do that, but right, just don't call you late for dinner, right?
That's cool.
All right. Well, I'm going to get going. I appreciate you. What I'm going to need you to do is click out of the call. So whatever you got to do, just shut it off, and I'm going to go and get my next guest. So thank you very much for being on. It might be just that you can, there should be a little red phone on there, like something that says leave call. But if there isn't, just go ahead and X out of it.
That's not a problem. I appreciate you having me. I really enjoy talking. I love what you're doing.
I love having you on. Thank you.
Keep it up, man, because we look forward to this stuff.
Thank you. All right, I got to get going though. So figure out how to X out of there at the top, probably top right. Go ahead and make your stage left, and I'm going to go over and bring on Edward. Go ahead and push the link.
All right.
See you later.
Well, thanks for having me.
Have
a great weekend.
You too.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. I'll call you later. Bye.
All right, cool.
Oh, there he goes. Bye. All right, so we're going to bring on Edward X. Young to the call, and hopefully you'll be able to get in without a problem. Oh, there you are. All right, I'm going to go over and bring up your information while you're getting yourself settled over there. And welcome to the show.
Certainly. I see you got your... Welcome to you. Welcome. Welcome indeed.
All right, welcome. We have Edward X. Young. Edward X. Young is primarily known as a screen actor and makeup special effects artist for independent horror, science fiction, and fantasy films. He's a veteran of over 70 features, including Mr. Hush, Emerging Past, Sea of Dust, The Green Monster, Mold, Paranormal Cavity, The Lunaticular, Flesh for the Beast, Tasaka's Curse, and the anthology feature Road Hell. You also produced and directed an award-winning film, Two Guys, One Box, starring Lee Black Childers of Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He is very diverse in what he does, and this is one of the reasons why we are bringing you on. Welcome for the very first time, Edward X. Young.
Thank you very much. I noticed you're wearing your fangs, so I quickly slipped my own on.
We don't talk about the fangs here. We don't talk. We don't talk about that's
okay, all right.
Fight Club.
I'm sorry.
Bad.
Okay, all right.
Bad idea. Bad. All right, let's get motioning into what we need to talk about and why you're here. So, give me a little background on who you are, what you do, and why we should pay attention. Go.
Well, I'm Edward X. Young, and I'm a primarily known as an actor in independent grindhouse horror pictures, but I'm also a makeup effects artist and director too. I mean, I'm a veteran. I've been working in the field for about 11 years now. I've starred in over 70 pictures as an actor. Probably half of them I am the chief or one of the makeup artists, and I have produced and directed one film, Two Guys, One Box.
What is it about creating in film that is very enjoyable for you?
What is it creating in film that is enjoyable for me? The memories, that there's something left behind, that when I'm old and worn out, I could turn on the TV late at night and catch myself in my youth and vigor playing some homicidal maniac.
All right. Let's see what we got going on here. So talk about what it is like for you when you get a script and the process that you go through when you start a project.
Well, when I do get this, when I start the project, the first thing I do is I read it thoroughly. But I have to. Well, I get the big. I got a lot of my coaching from Sid Haig, believe it or not. My first leading role, Sid Haig is a friend of mine, and he coached me intensely, and he told me how to get into the mind of these villainous characters that I portray. And one of his lessons was, you've got to act as if everything makes sense to you. The rest of the world is mad if you're playing madman. But I do throw myself into it. I'm not a method actor. I don't get lost in my roles, but I will record my roles in a tape recorder, and I'll recite them to myself ad nauseum, and I will try to find bits and pieces where I can relate my own life or own particular frustrations or conflicts in which I could relate to these rather complex characters to make them real. You've got to find something in them that is real and is you, even though the characters might be incredibly hyperbolic and bizarre.
So then you're more of a method actor?
I would say I'm 50-50, classical and method, because I don't like to call myself method because too many method actors and I get lost in it. I never get lost in it. I switch it off like that, switch it on and switch it off. Maybe I should say I use classical technique, but I find the reality through method, but never go so far that it's disturbing. I hear actors talk all the time about how, I couldn't sleep for weeks after doing that part. It was so disturbing, or it got into me deeply. I started drinking heavily, and I was depressed. No, that never happens to me. I enjoy my characters. I enjoy playing different parts, putting on different faces. It's a hoot.
So is it then more like a job for you, or is it really truly satisfying when you go and get a part and you're able to connect with that particular situation?
I'll tell you, if this were a job, I would have done better if I stayed working in the corporate sales world, or I had guaranteed work 5 days a week and had benefits. When it's, when it's good, it's. But as I quote another friend of mine, Bill Moseley, who's done a lot of horror films with Sid Haig. He's done House of a Thousand Corpses, Devil Rejects, and others. But as he said, the problem with being an actor is that you're perpetually unemployed. Mm-hmm. So I really do it for the passion and the joy. We actors, especially actors in this bizarre end of the field we're in, the horror, sci-fi, fantasy field, it's a passion, almost a religious calling to us. We have to do this. I wanted to do this I wanted to act in these kind of movies when I was a child, when I was a kid. Pictures. Vincent Price was my hero. My family did everything to beat it out of me. And even I started acting again when I got out of college. My first marriage, I got it beaten out of me. And I was in the corporate world and doing well. But something kept calling me back and saying, you've got to be a monster. You've got to get into the fake blood of the fangs. As I said, I would act in anything. I do enjoy acting, but I particularly enjoy, and I'm particularly lucky that I found my niche in horror films where I always wanted to be.
Because of the fact that you're a veteran of over 70 features, you've been able to see indie filmmaking evolve. Talk about some of the things that are easier now than they were back when you first started.
Well, one of the reasons why I didn't get into the field when I graduated from Seton Hall University in 1981, I studied filmmaking there and acting and theater, and I really wanted to be an actor. I wanted to be a filmmaker. I wanted to be a director, like my three favorite directors, Roman Polanski, Sam Peckinpah, Herzog. I wanted to be like those guys. But the problem back then was that, you had to make films on film. And I don't know if you've ever done that, how unbelievably expensive that is. One back then, talking 30-something years ago, 1 minute of black and white 16 millimeter film would cost you $100. Mm-hmm. And, if you made a mistake while you were shooting, that was just money down the drain. I gave up then because it was just too expensive to pursue the art as a filmmaker. That's how I gravitated into acting. As George Romero told me, I've talked to him many times. Romero said when he made Night of the Living Dead that he was guaranteed the movie would be distributed, because back then, if you finished making a movie from the opening credits to the end, it didn't matter if it was a piece of garbage. You had a completed film. There was a market for you in the drive-ins on TV. What has changed, and is fortunate for me, what has changed is the new technology, portable, superbly vivid digital cameras, specifically the red cam, but you don't need the red cam. That's for really high-end stuff. But the new cameras, the beauty is they've decentralized Hollywood, that decadent, awful place where I tried to live twice in the 80s. But I mean, Hollywood used to be you had to be there if you wanted to be in film. And you could make film in New York, but you really had to have your Hollywood connections. New York was TV. But now there's an indie market which is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. There are people making films in Kansas, in New Jersey, in Oklahoma.
In Ohio.
In Ohio.
Yeah.
In their backyards, in their basements. There are. I've met a talented young filmmaker, Josh Bruce, whose dad is on Comic Book Man. He's Robert Bruce, but he's making a pretty damn good movie in which I play God. It's called Burn in Hell, and he's made off of a friggin' iPhone, for God's sake. But I like it. It's rough. It's grindhouse. It's down and dirty, and it's got a certain beautiful quality to it. So the thing is now, it's easy to make a picture, but now there's a glut. Now the market is flooded with product. Right. The problem is, how do you make money off of a movie? How do you get it distributed? In many cases, I mean, I got to sadly admit, I've worked for a lot of very talented directors. Now I'm not gonna lie. I've made about 74, stop counting after 50, but it's in the mid 70s. A third of them are absolute garbage. They're trash. Even I can't watch them again. I wouldn't even let my friends watch them if they wanted me to lend them a copy. And a third of them are okay. And a third of them are really, really good. But of all these filmmakers that I've worked for, very talented people, only a very few have made money off of any of these pictures. They all end up in the black. Once again, they're operating on the passions too. Making money and getting your films out there now is very hard because there's so many being made. And a lot of them are very good. A lot of young, talented filmmakers right out of film school.
Right. I got recently, a couple of weeks back, I was at a indie festival, and it was really amazing with some of the stuff that they were doing.
Oh, it is. And in fact, I have to admit, I have absolutely lost faith with the Hollywood system. Now, I must admit, money-wise, you know, if I had like, you know, one of the big studios call me, yeah, I'd be out there in 10 minutes to get the big money. It's not happening, but I mean, I almost never go to a multiplex, to an actual commercial movie theater at all anymore. Maybe 2 times a year, because they're boring. And they're boring because there are no chances being taken with the big studios. They're turgid. It's because these movies cost, like a special effects extravaganza, one of these superhero movies, costs like $250 million. As a result, no chances can be taken. They say that in Hollywood, you've got to make 2.5 times what it cost back to break even. I forget how the math works. That means you make a movie for $250 million, you better bring back close to $750 million just to break even before you can start turning a profit. So you've got to appeal to the widest cross-section of the American public. That means don't offend anybody. I mean, if you were today, if Shakespeare was around, they'd say, sorry, Bill, Hamlet and Ophelia have got to run off to a desert island at the end and live happily ever after. You got too much of a downbeat, depressing ending. The fact is, most of my studio Hollywood movies that I love would never be made today. Movies like Chinatown or Sam Peckinpah's The Wild Bunch with these downer endings, or The Manchurian Candidate by Frankenheimer, the original, not the remake.
Yes.
Indie film, if you're an artist and for the art's sake, an actor, I wish I had independent. Even if I won the lottery, I wouldn't even go to Hollywood. If I won the lottery, I'd gladly do nothing but indie cinema for the rest of my life, because that's where the mavericks are, and the artists and the risk takers. That's where the daring, exciting, wild roller coaster rides are taking place, and they fail. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. I mean, the late Robert Kennedy, who would have been president, once said the only way to succeed greatly is to dare to fail miserably. So I don't fault the directors I've worked for who failed with their noble ideas. That's great that they've gone on, and they've, in some cases, the ones who failed with their early films have succeeded with others. But I was a film critic years ago before I became an actor. I hope I'm not rambling, but the last the last critical review I wrote, I said as I was signing off as a film critic, I mentioned I was going into the business, and I mentioned I'm going into the indie business because indie cinema, specifically indie horror, is the new punk rock. It's the new radical, wild art form, the expressive stuff for the real revolutionaries. The way rock and roll music was 35, 40 years ago, that was then. Rock and roll has kind of fizzled out now. It's kind of died. It's become turgid and bloated. But indie cinema is the wild, exciting place to be. That's where if you want to do something interesting, you get into indie cinema, especially indie horror, fantasy, sci-fi cinema.
We since I've started going to conventions, I've noticed that there are a lot of indie film conventions that have some amazing work. And you wonder how some of these people do this, because with the technology that we have now, some of it really doesn't even look like it's not in a professional house.
Well, it's often not. You talk about where they're shot, where these movies are made?
The way
that what you mean,
what I'm talking about is the films that are presented at these indie festivals. Some of them do not look like they're made by independents. Some of them actually have the quality of looking like it was done in a professional house.
Some of the, there's two reasons for that. We have our Independent Spirit Awards and Sundance. I mean, some of these indie features are being made by the studio people out west, or their kids who are taking chances. They have access to the great equipment. But I'll tell you, some of it are just very talented filmmakers with these beautiful like I said, these beautiful new cameras. You don't need the studios. You could make something in your basement that looks like it was made by a Hollywood production. You really, really can. A director I'm working for right now, John Aricchio, on our current project, Bigfoot Blood Trap. We're shooting it at his estate in western New Jersey off the Delaware River. And it takes my breath away. He's got a great camera. I'm not a cameraman. I'm not sure what it is, but he's got a very expensive camera. He's got great sound equipment. And I told him, damn, John. And he also has a drone camera, too, so we're playing with that. But I told him, damn, I said, John, this looks like it was made in Hollywood, instead of your basement. So it's the equipment, these young filmmakers. There's a lot of great talent out there.
What kind of projects are you working on currently, and where can we see some of this that you've already done?
Well, let me tell you, one of my newest release, and I can't give you the exact date, but you could look it up on the internet. They haven't set the dates for the screenings yet. It's already won a number of awards, and I'm very proud of it. Film director Genevieve Rossi. She's an actress who I've worked with, and I met her at the beginning when she was breaking into this business, and she's become a magnificent filmmaker. She made her directorial debut as a producer, director, writer called Attack of the Killer Chickens. And you can tell it's a comedy. It's a comedy horror film, and usually I serious, dark, savage roles. This is people are telling me you might have a new direction in your career into comedy, because she wrote a role specifically for me and let me engage in free form improv with it. And it's I'm getting a lot of attention. I'm getting more attention almost from any other role I've done. But Attack of the Killer will be shown at the Nyack Film Festival up in Nyack, New York, lower upstate New York, which runs August 18th through the 21st. But they haven't set up the date for the screening yet. I know that we have been accepted. It will screen there. I'll post it on my Facebook page. And also, there is a Facebook page for Attack of the Killer Chickens, and my page is public. I'll definitely post it.
Okay, great. What is it like to sit in a film theater and watch people see what you've created or have been a part of.
What is it like?
What is it like when you watch the people watching what you're doing on the screen?
Am I allowed to use expletives and vulgarities? Is this uncensored? Like that I won't. Okay, so that I won't use the F word, but it blows my effing mind. I mean, the first time that happened to me, it just hits you. There's nothing like it. What a rush! I'll tell you, I make these horror pictures, but the first picture I was ever in was actually, I had a very tiny part in a Walt Disney movie, The Game Plan, starring The Rock. And I'm in 30 seconds, and I have a close-up with The Rock in one scene. And to be sitting in a movie theater in my hometown with all the friends and neighbors who I knew, a theater that I worked in as a manager up in New Hampshire. The movie was shot in Boston. It was the first movie I did. And to see my face on the big screen 20 feet high, it's better than sex. It's great. It's wild. You're totally hooked when you see that for the first time. And then when I'm doing the horror movies, when I see people react, or when I see them get upset, and a real honor is one of my close personal friends, David Peel. I'm in his band, David Peel, in the Lower East Side, an old-time famous original punk rocker going back to the late 60s. David saw me at the Anthology Archives in a film that just premiered in May. Another film I'm very proud of, Pete Jackalon's The Lunatickler, a killer clown movie. And David told me afterwards, he said, I know that was you up there on the screen. He said, if I hadn't already known you and you weren't my friend, and I saw you like at the screening as an actor, I wouldn't talk to you. I would stay clear of you. And he said, I will never watch that movie again. It upset me greatly. I think I might have trouble sleeping tonight. He wasn't kidding. He was my friend. He really wasn't kidding. He was very upset by this movie, and that was a great compliment.
It is a compliment when you can get somebody that has been so engrossed into the experience that that it changes them. Part of the reason why some people enjoy horror is that it allows for them to take themselves out of what they got in their real life and go have an experience. Some of these movies that are out, they were talking about earlier in the movie theaters, so they're flat. They're like one note. But yes, these indie films, another part of what I had seen at this particular film convention I went to, is that the experience is amazing if they can get the acting and the sound, music and all of that correct, and you are just glued into it. That's the good stuff. That's what going to a movie was supposed to be like, and it was like until they decided to remake everything on the planet.
Also, have you been to a multiplex recently? It's like you go to the theater and it's like 3/4 empty. I miss the days of a crowded theater with a really great movie where everybody's reacting and you're rolling with it. That's the sad thing about the new technology. People are at home watching their movies on their computers or privately. I long for the big audience. I don't know if you're probably too young to remember this, but in New York City, they used to have revival houses like the Bleecker Street Cinema and Cinema Village. And Film Forum still exists, but it isn't exactly the same. But a lot of these theaters, it was like every 2 days they would switch a program. You'd have like 2 days of like a Sempac double France Truffaut or an Orson Welles thing. You could go to see these great with a big audience of people who are really into that director, that artist, and it was just terrific to be part of a crowd and part of a community. There is, I mean, you know, technology changes, the arts change, audiences change. That's something I find sad, that there's no community spirit with filmmaking anymore. Right. I remember my friend from the Hall, film professor Doug Poswensick, and we went to see Rainier Werner Fassbinder's epic 16-hour movie about Germany between the wars called Berlin Alexanderplatz. We saw it at Lincoln Center, and you had to buy tickets that stretched over 5 weeks for a certain day of the week, a certain time slot. And so we were going every Tuesday at 8 p.m. for 5 weeks, and it was the same audience every week. It was a wonderful communal experience that I'll never have again, never.
You have
it was cinema at its best.
I want to talk about Bigfoot Blood Trap. Currently, you are starring and co-producing the documentary Bigfoot Blood Trap. It's directed by long-term creative collaborator Jon Oricchio.
Oricchio.
And
that's my baby. I love that movie.
It's been said that it's one of the most sickest and most savage Sasquatch movies ever, and distribution has already been banned in several countries because the story is true.
Yes, you'll have to. I have to tease you with that, but it's a docudrama based on actual facts relating to the Bigfoot phenomena. And it's generated a lot of controversy, and also we've almost brought a curse down upon ourselves because very terrible disaster has struck almost every member of the cast. Just up almost 3 years ago, and it's been put on hold because last summer I was almost killed in a car accident, and I spent the entire summer in and out of hospitals having surgeries. My arm was shattered. I've got a metal pipe in my arm. I've got 7 herniated discs in my back. My father had a stroke. Jon Oricchio, the director, producer, main screenwriter, he was hospitalized with pneumonia that almost killed him, and he's never smoked cigarettes in his life. His mother died. 2 of our actors had bypass surgery. Our chief cameraman had a heart attack. Our leading actress went through a terrible divorce. John Link is in that movie too. One of my regular actors. We've done about 25 movies together. He ended up in the hospital, almost had a stroke. He had very high blood pressure. It's like evil forces have been preventing us from finishing this, but we're telling a truth which might upset a lot of people when the facts get out. So we're kind of keeping a lot of it hush hush. But our kicker line is the story is true. Can you prove it didn't happen? But it's extremely savage and perverse, but true facts which are equally perverse, although we make it a little hyperbolic.
All right, so you're slated to be a guest at the Macabre Fair Film Festival in Long Island, New York this month. You can also find you at Monster Mania convention in Cherry Hill, New Jersey in August 2016. You're going to be a guest at Chiller Theater Expo in Parsippany, New Jersey in October 2016. And all of that is really cool. Talk a little bit about these conventions. You got 2 minutes.
Well, let's see. The Macabre Fair Film Festival. It's later this month or early August. That's out. That's out in Long Island, and I'm a regular there. But I wanted to say the Chiller and I love Monster Mania in Cherry Hill. The Chiller Theater Convention at the Sheraton Hotel in Parsippany, which you gave those dates. I don't have them in front of me, but they're late October. But I'm very lucky to be there with representing 2 films. Pete Giacalone, who directed The Lunatickler, this killer clown movie, is going to have a table there, and we're hoping maybe to screen it there. But we will have representation there, and I'll be the lead star. But Jon Oricchio is seriously considering having an advanced publicity table for Bigfoot Blood Trap, so I might be bouncing between 2 different tables at that Chiller, which is a thrill. So look for me at the Kevin Clements Chiller Theater Convention for sure, where I'll be there officially. And where was I going from? My mind's down. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Throw another question at me.
All right. Well, what did you think about your first experience on being with Zombiepalooza Radio Live on YouTube?
I hope you'll invite me back, because now that I know how to do it, I'm very comfortable now. I was nervous about connecting, and now I can connect you at any time, and I'll be happy to tell you about my new adventures. Oh, quickly, if you're in the New York metro area, I have a regular article in a free magazine that's in every rock and roll bar in New York City, all 5 boroughs, called The New York Waste. I write an article every month called Notes from the Grindhouse about working on these pictures. You could follow my exploits there, so please pick that up. It's always free when you find it. New York Waste.
Cool. I need
And
you to get one. I need you to get one and sign it and send it to me.
I will do that. Send me an address, and I will definitely sign it and send you a couple of different copies, the most recent issues, and of course also I will. You could my Facebook page is open to the public, free, open. Anybody can link to it, and also you can find me on IMDb, where they have most of my films listed. They list me for about 56 films, but I've done about 73 or 74. Also, whenever you see Donald Trump on TV at a rally, you just might see me in the background. I've been there twice. I'm working with the campaign, and I'm frequently at these events, and usually I can get in the catbird seat, get a nice location where I'm working to make America great again. I've been behind him twice. People have seen me. I'll try to do it again. Look for me. I'll usually wear a white hat, a Make America Great Again hat.
All right.
It's like the one I'm wearing it right now.
You did a really good job, Edward. And we will be having you back on again. I need you to go ahead and release from the call. My next guest is going to be Saba, and so we're excited to have him. Scroll up to the top, you'll see a red little
yes,
phone
I know when I press that I'm gone. Please call me back. Now I know how to do it. I love you.
I know. Love you too. Bye. Well, that was interesting. He had a lot of really cool ideas and all of that fun stuff. So now we're going to bring on Saba, and go ahead, click the link, please. Very excited to bring Saba on. I met him at Horror Hotel convention in, oh gosh, where was that? Hudson, Ohio. It's Saba!
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Can you hear me?
I can. I'm going to put you on the big screen. There you are.
Perfect.
So, lovely to see you again. I met you at Horror Hotel in Hudson, Ohio for the very first time a few weeks back. And we didn't get to do a live interview there, so I'm thrilled to be able to do this now. Talk to us, give us a little bit of a background on you, and talk to us about why you love film work so much.
Okay, so I'm French, born and raised, and I came to America 20 years ago as a professional dancer, but I was also an actor, a stage actor. And very soon after I came to New York, I was asked to be an extra in a movie, and then I got a role in a movie, and then a little more. And I was like, this is actually cool, because I felt like I was able to play characters that were very different from myself. So once I retired from the dance world, I thought maybe I should go back to acting. And of course, my thought was theater, but I met an incredible person in New York, Bill Hopkins, who taught me to transition from the stage to the screen. And little by little, I started to become his assistant at School of Visual Arts in New York, both in directing classes and screenwriting. And that really thrilled me to see the whole process of making a movie. As an actor, often we don't realize the amount of work that goes into pre-production and post-production. And I felt that was so interesting to me to see the behind the scene. But of course, personally, I still am first an actor, but I do everything else. I write, I produce, I direct. And so that's why I like it.
That's cool. Talk to the folks about the films that were presented at Horror Hotel that you were a part of.
Right. So at Horror Hotel this year, I had a micro short film called Sunday Brunch, which was a bet with my team about making a movie that was around 1 minute long, yet respecting the structure of a good script, meaning, the arc and a beginning, middle, and end. And we succeeded. The movie stands at 1 minute and 11 seconds. It was part of the micro short film competition at the Horror Hotel, and it will be actually, it won first place in the horror category at the Indie Gathering that will happen in August.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah. So I'm very excited about it, because the thing was about to make a horror comedy, which we succeeded. Of course, it's so short, I can't really tell you what it is about, but basically it's about a woman that wakes up and finds out that her husband has prepared Sunday brunch as a surprise for her. But of course, it's really not what she expected.
In film, I found that was my actually first horror convention, and I shy away from those kind of films because I get so emotionally engrossed in it that after I watch it, I need to go and release from the what just happened. There was one film that I saw that day that well, actually two, and I enjoyed yours very much, but there was another one that I saw that was just it was a full-blown film, feature length, and I just was blown away. I did at one point get up and I walked out.
Yeah, I know exactly what film you're talking about.
I could not under any circumstances. And then I went and I was talking with some other people because I was doing some live interviews and things like that. But I was talking with some people I had already interviewed with, and I said, I'm in the middle of watching this film. And they looked at me and they're like, you're in the hallway. I'm decompressing because I needed to. And then I did manage to go and see the last 10 minutes. But what is really funny about that time when I was decompressing is that the stuff that I missed would have helped me decompress because it was, and that was the only section in that whole entire film where they didn't have all of the other stuff going on. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, the other thing that I had at the Horror Hotel was a script that is also a winner at the Indie Gathering this year called Sam the Vamp. Sam the Vamp is a horror comedy about vampires in recovery. They're basically tired of killing people and their addiction to blood, so they try to find a solution. And of course, they totally fail at it. But what's interesting is that the script has won 2 awards, and the film has been completed just 3 weeks ago, and it's already an official selection at of a festival in Virginia, and I sent the film to 75 festivals already, and I'm planning to send it to a lot more because it is a very cool film. It's only 11 minutes. It's very short, and it's based on a feature film that I wrote in 2009. And I realized very soon that it was a great film, but I couldn't produce it into a feature because it would be like millions of dollars. So I've decided to make a short to show what it could be and to, show it around in the festival circuit. And it's going to do small festivals, but it's going to do also big festivals, I'm pretty sure, because it has a very high quality. We spent a lot of money on it, and so we're waiting for festivals to pick it up. But already it's been picked up in a festival in August, so I'm thrilled about that.
Talk to me about what it's like for you to be able to sit in a movie theater and watch people watching what you've created.
So at times it can be nerve-wracking because you hope that they will laugh at the right spots, and you hope they will laugh with you and not at you. Often, unfortunately, in film festivals, there are some films that made it to the festival, most likely because it was sort of an encouragement for a first-time filmmaker, but they are far from being great. And I've seen people laugh at the movie, and so that's something you really don't hope for. But so far, I've been very happy about the response to see people that don't know it's my movie, and they're laughing, they're reacting, or when it's like really a horrible scene, they react the way I planned for them to react. So it's thrilling, but it is also very intense. It's probably the one thing in life that gives me this edgy feeling, because I don't really easily get scared, but that moment when you know, I just hope so much that they will like it. You know, you're at the edge of your seat and looking around and seeing reaction and trying to read people. And then the aftermath too. It's after the movie,
Yes.
you know, like talking to people and say, so what did you think? Like it's a challenge, you know, but I mean, I've been doing it for many years. So now I guess I'm used to it. And especially coming from theater, I guess when you are in theater, people are a lot more vocal about how they felt about the performance. Like every night after a show, you meet friends that are like, oh, I love your performance, but I hated that part. You know, it's something that in theater, it has become such a normal thing. With movies, when it's your movie, I mean, your friends are a little more reserved, I feel, you know, they're a little more polite.
Yeah, I could see that. For the experience, though, I mean, I got to meet some of the people before I went to go and see their work, and
Right.
it is interesting to see how they are up on the big screen as opposed to what you just saw, and the uniqueness that they bring to the character, the way that they tend to details to make sure that everything is just right. I learned a lot about the coloring and the ability for even very small details to speak volumes. It was a very enjoyable experience to go through that for like a first time doing something with such creatives around. It was just really cool. What other
You know, well, I don't know if you recall, but when we first met, we met at the pool.
at the pool? Yes, and I was like,
and we had this long conversation. And I think I told you that the one thing that I find that is destroying a lot of independent movies is sound. Often nowadays you can see that they had a good camera because the image is beautiful. Sometimes the acting is not good, but the main thing is the sound and the color correction. And I feel today, if you want to, you know, stand out in the indie movie circuit, you must have good sound and very good color correction and post-production. Too many indie films, I feel, ignore this step, and therefore they have a good story, they have a movie that is decent, but it doesn't look professional and it doesn't sound professional. So and someone who watches movies like I do every day, and I'm also a judge in different festivals.
yes.
So I watch a lot of movies. You know, you tend to compare what you see. I mean, when you watch, you know, 15, 20, 40 movies in one day, of course, the sound and the color correction will stand out more. So if I have to say one thing about being an indie filmmaker, is to start thinking about that. Take maybe a month more to work into, you know, fixing the color correction and the sound, because it makes a huge difference.
There was also some films that they had music as a helpful push for the story to go along. It is important to be able to find the right type of music, and or if you're going to have somebody create the music for you, they really need to understand what it is you're trying to convey. So as part of your film work, what do you do to be able to make sure that those particular elements are proper?
So for me, the music is actually super important in the movies because it becomes also a character on its own. It gives a color to your story. Even though I don't like so much when the music is telling you so much about what's going to happen that you know everything, but I do feel like the music is important to consider. And for example, I insist on having all the score of my movies to be done with live musicians. And the reason is because I find that some instruments are still sounding very synthetic still. So what I usually do is that I work with the musicians directly, the people that will score, and they compose something for me. And I usually tell them, you know, at this part, I like something that goes da, 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 or whatever. And then they come up with a mock-up that is made totally with the computer.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go back into the studio and record it with real musicians. And it makes such a difference, especially when you start doing horror movies where you need voices and strings. Voices and strings are the two things that I feel don't sound right when they're not real. Everything else, they can fake it really well with synthetic music.
Mm-hmm.
But voices and strings still sound fake. So my process is that. And I try to watch the movie over and over with the mock-up and see if I like the intonation, the way it goes. And sometimes I scrap the whole thing, and sometimes I say yes. And interestingly enough, this time on Sam the Vamp, which is now in the festivals, so when I had the mock-up of the movie, I had the final cut. I thought that's it. And after I had the music, it somehow worked so well that it made me cut some of the scenes shorter because the rhythm was not right. And luckily my editor was fantastic and was very open-minded about it. And I said, please understand, we have to shorten the scenes here and there because it doesn't work with the music. And so we actually cut a whole minute. I mean, and you have to think, my movie, the final version is 11 minutes and 11 seconds. And we cut a whole minute, which is huge. You know, it's almost 10% of the movie, which is unheard of, you know.
Yeah.
So I was thrilled. But now when I watch it, I like it. You know, so yeah, that's the process that I use for my movies.
Cadence, for a film, the pacing of it, the movement of the actors, the way it's staged, all of that all comes into play. And I'm thankful. Thank you very much for talking about the process of making the music fit what you have. So you're going to be going into doing more indie film festivals and things of that sort. Why are these so important to indie creatives? And please give a little bit of introspect as far as a creative who has a project. Why is it so important for you to be able to get them out there to do this?
Well, I would say it's important to submit to festivals for many reasons. First is when I started to go into the indie movie business, I came as an actor that became a writer and producer by necessity because I wanted to have my own work. And then 2 years into that, I submit my first short film to a festival and I win an award. And that was such a cool thing to think that someone that somewhere in America that doesn't know me actually liked what I did. It's a very cool feeling to think about that. It's a motivation. The second thing is that, of course, I went to that festival and I mingled and I talked to people and I met people. And then every year I went back to the festival and I started going to other festivals. And to give you an example how important it is, so last summer I went to the Indie Gathering in Ohio. And there I met Ryan, the director and writer of Holy Hell.
Yes.
And we became friends instantly because when I saw his movie, I had a lot to talk about. And we chatted and we became pals, right?
Yes.
And he lives in Toronto and I live in New York. And every week we started chatting on Skype and talking for an hour about, you know, what we were doing, what we were thinking about doing, like, oh, how's your writing? Do you want me to read your scripts? You know, doing this type of support. But what was amazing is that when I decided to do Sam the Vamp, I actually started collecting a bunch of people from all over. So Sam the Vamp was the first time also I changed my entire team of people. My DP was the guy who did the credits in Ryan's movie that lives in Montreal. My AD was a girl that I met at the Indie Gathering that came at my lecture on crowdfunding. And I thought this girl would be an amazing AD. And indeed she was. So I flew her to New York and she became my AD. My second AD came from upstate New York. Some of the actors came from Los Angeles. And all these people are people that I've met throughout the film festival circuit. And I mean the indie film festival.
Yes.
Because I also attend huge festivals like, you know, Cannes and Tribeca and all that. But those festivals, and maybe I'll be sued for saying it, I think are a little bit rigged, because you have to know somebody to get in. It doesn't matter how good you are, you have to know somebody.
Right.
So I feel like aim for the indie film festivals, because they will, first of all, you're going to meet a whole new family of people, a whole new bunch of friends, people that are like you, that are so passionate about movies. You're going to meet writers, co-writers, musicians, composers, actors, directors, and you're going to meet people that you actually probably need in your life, and you don't even know you need them.
Right. That's it's part of the idea that I had for this show, bringing people together from all over and allowing them to be able to see how they can work together, even if it's just for emotional support.
Yeah.
You know, some of these people that are creatives, they don't have anyone close by that they can talk with. But if they go to a con, then they can meet some people, and then they can be interactive on the internet and do exactly what you just talked about.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, there was this guy at the Indie Gathering also last year in Ohio who's an actor, but he does, you know, creatures and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I, you know, chatting with him, I said, well, do you have anybody in New York that can host you? Because if you are able to show up in New York, I'll write a role for you. And he said, yeah. So I wrote a role for him, actually, and he came to New York and he's in a movie. So it's also getting opportunities. You're going to meet new friends by doing that, but it's also, you know, creating opportunities and seizing opportunities. Also, in the first festival circuit, you're going to meet producers from other film festivals.
Right.
And that's a great way to say, hey, would you be interested in you know, getting my movies and all that? Submissions can be very costly. They vary from $10 to $100, you know. And so depending on the budget you have, it's going to be challenging. I keep bringing the Indie Gathering because, of course, that's the one that I go every year, and I feel like they were the first to recognize my work. So, you know, I encourage people to go there. But for example, the Indie Gathering, I do a lecture on crowdfunding for free. So whoever comes to the festival can come to that lecture and hear me talk about how to do a successful crowdfunding campaign. There are also panels on screenwriting, directing, cinematography, acting. And for somebody who's starting to be in the indie film business, it's great to be in this type of lecture, because they're going to learn a bunch of things from people that have been doing it for a while. And that you get to ask questions. You get to meet directors that are established, actors that are established. So I really highly suggest people that are into the indie film business to do that. I know I created my company, Cloudy Sky Films, because the reason I called it Cloudy Sky is because you know what it is when they say, oh, I'm in this situation where I feel like I'm crossing the desert. Like, you know, everything is dry, I don't find any jobs and all that. And I want to be that cloud that will come and be above your head and help you continue that, you know, that crossing of the desert to arrive where you want to go.
That's awesome.
That was the reason I called my company Cloudy Sky Films, because I feel you need clouds in the sky to survive sometimes.
Yes.
And interestingly enough, clouds were very important in Howard Hughes' movie. When he was shooting planes in the sky, the blue sky, they didn't realize how fast the planes were going because it was on a blue sky, and in black and white movies, it just looked like a plane. So they actually had to reshoot everything with cloudy skies. So the plane against the clouds looked like they were going very fast. You know, and so my company so far, I've been producing my own work, but I've been producing a lot of other people's work. Often people come to me and say, hey, you know, I have money, I have this, but I don't understand what it takes to produce a movie. Would you walk me through? Would you be willing to do it? So if I like the project, I either do it for free or for a very low amount of money. Because my hope too is to help people do their first project and then, you know, move on to the next and become more successful.
Which I commend you for, because there are way too many people out there that are so only focused on their stuff, and then what's really kind of telling about it is how well that film gets out amongst the indie community. The indie community itself, although we're on a full globe here, is very small, and the people that you go to, they have either been in for a very long time or they're just starting to move into it. And if you don't have that really good camaraderie, then your film is not going to go very many places. And
That's right.
so talk about the importance of being able to communicate, not just to sell your film or get people to pay attention to your film, but to get to pay attention to whom you are.
So it is very important to remember that from the second you enter the indie film business, you are representing a product. Whether it's your movie, a script, or music, you are selling a product. So wherever you go, you're going to be remembered as, oh, that's the guy that did that, or the girl that did that. And it's super important because the first impressions are always, you know, what counts. And so you want to come across as someone that is reliable, that knows what he's doing, that is for sure responsible, and not just like talking about it. You want to be known as the guy that says, that's going to happen. If you work with this guy, he's going to make it happen. I feel also communication is super important nowadays. And there's no excuses not to reply to an email, phone calls, and all that with the tools we have today. I feel the reason my productions are so successful is because our pre-production is so well prepared that once production starts, everything falls into place so well that people are shocked every time. You know, I've never, in the past 6 years producing movies, I have never gone overtime. If we called actors from, let's say, 8 to 6, at 6 they're gone.
Bravo!
You know? And so, and it's all about preparing your, you know, working on your pre-production. And it's all about communicating, being clear about what you want, what you need, and who you are. And also knowing what you can do. You
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're at 9:27 Eastern Standard Time, and I need you to give me some links for your latest projects, any conventions you're going to be at. Reiterate again for us, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so my main website is cloudyskyfilms.com. That's my production company. I'm actually located in New York, but right now I'm in Los Angeles trying to find a place to move. The other thing is I'm going to be at the Jar Blast Film Festival in Virginia in August. I'm also going to be in Ohio at the Indie Gathering. And so far, that's all I have, because after that, I have major travels in Europe. I'll be in New York all the way to November because I'll be directing an off-Broadway show all October and November. And but the main way to find me is cloudyskyfilms.com, or on Facebook, Cloudy Sky Films, and on Twitter, Cloudy Sky Films. From that, You can find all my Saba pages, you know.
How important is it? I'm going to ask you one more thing because I love what you just did there. How important is it to make sure that all of your connections all have the same listing?
Super important. I mean, it's amazing to see nowadays some people have like a website called something, and then their Twitter is something else, and then Instagram is something else. This is fine for your personal life if you don't care. But like as a company, my website is cloudyskyfilms.com. Facebook is Facebook/cloudyskyfilms. You know, YouTube, Instagram, everything is Cloudy Sky Films. So technically, if you Google Cloudy Sky Films, you're going to find one of my pages.
Oh, all of that stuff. There's no reason not to be able to find Saba. Get him for your next project. So, what did you think, really quick, about being on Zombiepalooza Radio for your first time?
It's awesome. I love it. Thank you so much for having me, and best of luck with everything. And if anybody needs anything, I'm available. Send me a message, and I'll gladly answer if I can.
Very cool. Thank you so much, Saba, for your time, and I'll talk to you again soon.
Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Up to the top, and go ahead and click the little red phone. Bye-bye, Saba. Oh, I love him. He is a very unique individual, and his experience is vast. All right, so I am bringing on our next guest. His name is Rick Jermain. Go ahead and click that button. And we are going to be off and running with Rick Jermain. I'm going to first get him into the room, and then going to go fetch his information so that we can get started. Well, hello, how are you? Well,
Hey
there you
there.
are. Hi.
How are you? Hang on, let me kill this one. Okay, there we go.
I'm doing. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. We both look like we're landing airplanes.
I know, yo. Come on. All of that. If you give me 1 second, I need to find out why my dog is barking, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
So while I'm doing this, why don't you tell the folks who you are and what you bring to the plate?
All right then. Good luck with your dog. I'm Rick Jermain. I'm an actor here in Baltimore. Do a lot of horror films with Fuzzy Monkey Films and with Creepy Crawl Entertainment and a few others. So mainly I was here to talk about MILFs versus Zombies. It's going to be out on July 12th. It's going to be making it into all the stores, Amazon. Let me see what we got here. Amazon, Best Buy, FYE, Borders, DVD Planet, Deep Discount. So yeah, it's coming out July 12th, and I'm staring at your blank screen. So we also, we're currently in production with a film called Killer Campout with Jesse L. Green, Brad Twigg directing, and so yeah, gonna be fun. I'm still looking at a blank screen. So these are the two movies. There's this is MILFs. Here, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. All right, as long as you're here, I'm just gonna do this. This is for Killer Campout, which let me see if I can get no glare on it. There we go. Well, that's close. There's Killer Campout, and then we got what else we got here? And then we got the MILFs poster. We'll put that up too. I'm just going to have a grand old time plugging stuff. I guess she'll be back at some point. So anyway, hey, there she is.
Sorry
All
about
right.
that. I had to get the dog
All right.
back. It's too hot in the house, and the dog's inside, so he needs to go out.
It's all right. It was starting to get a little weird, but that's okay.
I'm back. I'm here. I rarely have that happen. All right, so talk to me about why you enjoy film work.
Why do I enjoy film work? You know, I think the most fun thing about it is the just sort of the way you get a whole group of people together. You've got sort of a plan in mind. It very rarely goes how you expect it to go. And I like the challenge of it. There's a lot of figuring things out on the fly, how you're going to do things, and that's really fun. That part of it, the creative challenges that come up, even once you think you have an entire plan for how you're going to shoot something and how it's all going to work. You just never know. And often the things that you have to do on the fly turn out to be some of the most interesting things. So, especially as an actor, it's, we recently, with Fuzzy Monkey, we were doing some wraparound stuff for an anthology that's going to be out later this month, called Frames of Fear. And originally it was supposed to be George Stover, and a young lady playing his wife, girlfriend, I don't know, whatever. And she wound up having to cancel at the last minute. And they just so happened to be filming it at my house. And Brad suggested, well, we'll rewrite it. We'll make you a hunchback assistant or something. We'll do it that way. And I looked at him. I said, no, don't do that. Just give me the script exactly as you have it. Throw me in a wig and a dress. Let me do my best Monty Python pepper pot, and let's go to town. And it turned out hysterical. I mean, it's so funny. So I'm looking forward for people to see that. That'll be out later this month sometime.
Talk about what it's like to get into a creative role as far as being an actor, and what does that allow you to do that perhaps you wouldn't be able to do in some other way?
Well, it largely depends on the role, I guess. But what I do like about it is that you can, you can put yourself in someone else's mind for a little while and try to think in the way that they would think and react in the way that they would react and respond based on things that you know about them or that you know about their past or their motivations or yeah, it's just really fun. The whole thing is kind of a long study in human behavior in a way, so it's kind of scientific. I mean, I'm not like a method. Especially with horror movies, you can't really be a method actor in horror movies unless you're willing to actually kill people.
There's a bit of an issue with that one.
Yeah, so I'm willing to go so far in the method, but I like to try to figure out what the mindset is and put myself there for the moment. You know what I mean?
As a director, what kinds of things are you able to bring prospectively to the film piece that can help you push it forward?
Well, I'm not a director. I haven't directed anything. I sort of directed the music video for my band, but that wasn't, I didn't consider, I edited a bunch of stuff together. I don't really consider it directing. But as an actor, I do talk to the director and I give my slant on how I see the character and make sure that it's either in line with what they're looking for or is a spin on it that maybe they didn't think of, that suddenly they think, well, that's kind of a cool way to go with this, and that's what I try to do. I mean, if I'm given the opportunity to be, whatever I want to do with the character, then I'll do that. But I also kind of like the sort of the challenge of being restricted, and this is what the character is, and there is none of you in it. You know what I mean? This is how I want the character, and play it. And that's kind of fun in a way.
What do you have as background to be able to allow yourself to do just that?
Nothing really. I mean, I've never taken acting classes or yeah, I mean, I've watched a lot of film and a lot of TV, and like a lot of us have, but I don't think I've ever watched it just from a purely entertainment point of view. I've always watched it from sort of the creative side of it. Even from a technical side of it, sometimes I'll watch things. And from very young, I was into the directing and the makeup and the You know, why did they choose putting these two scenes together and not these two scenes? And the thing, and you know, how just a camera movement can make you feel differently. You know, if you do a crane shot on something, it's a completely different feeling than a push in on something. And I mean, I didn't know it on that kind of articulate level back then, but I did always kind of notice it. And as I grew older, I really just kind of got into it. And one day just said, I want to do this and started just going for auditions and working my way, you know, into whatever I can get myself into.
Right. On your bio that you sent me a list of films on here, but you did not say what it was specifically that you do. So,
oh, I'm sorry.
It would have been helpful.
I'm sorry.
All right. So tell me what it is that you are familiar with when it comes to film work, and then I can go from there.
Okay. Well, I'm an actor. I also do a lot of sound stuff. I've been a musician my whole life, you know, recording, and so I understand a lot about that. I have a studio, so I do a lot of overdubs, you know, ADR and things like that for productions. Yeah, but mostly I act in the movies. That's my thing. That's what I want to do. But I can deal with most of all the other parts of production. I've edited before, and I'm not great at any of that stuff, but I can do it in a pinch. But yeah, mostly acting.
Okay. All right. So as an actor, you say that you have a love of films. I would imagine that you've got a nice good chunk of time that you've been watching films and how they progressed up until 2016 from wherever you started watching them, and I mean watching them with a more critical eye as to how they do what they do. What do you think about the seemingly loss of special effects when it comes to actually doing it practically instead of having it done via a computer?
Right. I'm a huge fan of practical effects. The digital stuff, it looks okay, and it's great if you're sort of not necessarily on a budget, because sometimes it can be more expensive, but if you're on a time crunch or whatever, it can often be a lot faster to do things that way. But yeah, the practical effects are more fun to do. Number one, that's the greatest thing about it, is they're just fun to do, and they look great. And I think you know, the recent thing that kind of proves it is the new Star Wars versus the prequels. You know, when you look at the prequels, they just feel digital the whole time,
Right.
and the new one has dirt in it, and everything's crunchy, and you know what I mean. It's very visceral and hands-on.
That's what it's supposed to be like. You know, when we went to films decades ago, we would be able to get that feeling of you're actually really in that situation, and you're not just watching from the outside, but you're watching more from what do I want to say, that third perspective, so to speak, where you're going in there and you're actually physically seeing everything that is around you.
Yeah, you're a fly on the wall.
Yes, and in that experience, now when you go and you talk about a film like the Star Wars trilogy, you get only you're an observer of what's going on. You don't get all of that feeling like this feels familiar in any way.
Well, yeah. Well, Star Wars is a bad example for that, only because it's a space opera. So of course you're
Right.
you lose kind of the realism. But to your point, I think that's what's kind of cool about the indie stuff, and especially the indie horror.
Yes.
Is, you know, we don't have the big money for the big prosthetics and the, you know, thousands of dollars for rigging and all that stuff. We got to figure out how to make things look cool and look scary and make you cringe a little bit, and
Right.
we got to do it on a budget. And I've seen some amazing stuff, just stuff that you wouldn't you wouldn't necessarily think would work when you're watching somebody do it, and then you watch the finished product and you're like, wow, that's pretty darn believable. That, you know, and I love that. That's what got me started, you know, was watching the old like Universal horror films like Frankenstein and
Right.
you know, I had my first monster makeup kit when I was, I think, 7, and it included like poured vinyl and all this cool stuff. And this was like early 70s. This was before that had really become an easy thing to do. I mean, you had to mix this stuff and heat it, and I remember, and pour these molds and make scars. And but I mean, it was pretty elaborate. You know, I was like 7 years old. And it's still fun. You know, I'm not one of those people that complain sitting in a makeup chair if you're going to gore me up and, you know, I'm
Sure,
like,
bring
cool.
it
You know, I had a full head or a full face thing done not too long ago where she just poured all this goop on my head and I'm breathing out of a straw, and it was kind of the weirdest thing, but it was so fun. I kind of liked it. So yeah, I mean, I love the makeup. I love getting your hands dirty. You know, I got to be a zombie for a little while in MILFs versus Zombies, and I got to do a good bit where my throat got ripped out, and you
All
know,
right, so let's talk.
it's a ton of fun.
Let's talk. I want to talk about these films that you have here. So, talk about continue on a little bit about MILFs versus Zombie, and Brad Twigg was the director for this film.
Yeah.
Talk about what it was like to have the experience that you did.
Oh, it's so much fun. Fuzzy Monkey and Brad and Leslie, they co-produce. The whole team, everybody on there is just great. And you know, it kind of harks back to old time, the old system that the movies had, where a studio would kind of own a bunch of actors, and those actors would make all the films for that studio, you know, and those directors. And that's kind of how they do it. They use the same group of people generally. You know, there's new people coming in and out all the time, but there's a core to it. And you know, Darkstone Films, Johnny Johnston, he does a lot of the same kind of thing. He's got sort of this core of people that he works with. Creepy Crawl Entertainment, same thing. And I think that's kind of cool. It's kind of like the 30s again, and it's this whole new filmmaking system. But getting back to MILFs, I had a very short scene in it, maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and it started out it was supposed to just be, I was a farmer and I get killed. And so I showed up and I had all my farmer stuff on, and I started doing my accents, and I started talking and just being goofy. And the next thing I know, they're like, nah, we're going to make this a whole thing. And so then all of a sudden I had a Asian nephew and this guy, Jerry Liu, who was just incredible. And we improv'd a lot of stuff. There was a lot of stuff written that we had to memorize and get right. And it was funny. It was fun. It was a lot of improv. It was a lot of, let's just try this and try that. And turned out great. And then, so since then I've done, I think 4
films: Killer Campout, Fiendish Fables, Frames of Fear.
Right. And I want to say, well, Killer Campout, I haven't done my stuff for that yet, but it's coming. I shoot that in August. But right now I'm on set every day because I'm filming behind the scenes stuff for it. So we can have other things to put on the DVD, and for people that want to maybe contribute to the, I'm not sure if it's a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo, or I'm sure we have one of those things.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get the links for all of that, and I'll put that up on Zombiepalooza Radio Live on our Facebook page. So I'll get with you to make sure that's all there. Plus, I'll also list all of these films that you have here so that people can be able to gear towards being able to see them. You have a number of directors that you've worked with. One of the things I would like to talk to you about, and the importance of being able to do this, is networking and allowing yourself to be malleable enough to go from one situation like you were talking in MILFs to another one and just go, okay, what do you need me for? How do you bottle that, number one, because we need to do that for some people to be able to get them to be able to be open to the experience. And how do you go about your networking to be able to be in so many projects?
Gotta say, Facebook is a kind of a lifesaver for that thing. You know, Facebook groups especially. And I tend to just look for people that post the kind of things that I'm interested in and say the kind of things that I like hearing from producers and directors. I'm starting to get a pretty good feel for sniffing out the, you know, the pretenders and the yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. And you know, 4 years later, they're. In fact, you know, interestingly, that's it's kind of how I even. What really kind of kicked me in the butt to get started was a woman messaged me totally out of the blue, and I'm not going to mention her name, totally out of the blue, and said, "You would be perfect for this role in this movie I'm doing." And I'm like, okay. And I literally had never done any acting. My last acting gig before that was playing Charlie Brown in the 3rd grade.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but I'm like, you know, I'd always wanted to do it. I lived in LA for a number of years. They filmed a thing in my house out there. And so, I mean, I was really totally interested in it, but had never done it. And she sold it, and she sold it hard. And
wow.
Over time, it turned out I realized, wow, she really has no idea what she's talking about in certain things that she would say. And it just all turned out to be garbage. But I was so excited about doing it. I was like, all right, I'm going to just start auditioning for things. You know, I'm like, I'm going to do this because, you know, the excitement to do it, I had geared my brain up to go, yes, I can do this, you know, and I started reading about how to be on set and things like that. And I just decided, yeah, I'm just going to do this. And so I just started auditioning and got small parts and things and bigger parts and things and bigger parts and things. And different kinds of things was what was really kind of important to me. I didn't want to just do the horror.
I see that. So let's talk a little bit about some of these other films. You have so many. I want to list them as quickly as I can. All right. So we've got Dead Men Tell No Tales. It was a feature film by Dusty Fleischman.
Yep. Now that's another horror film. Yeah, they're mostly horror.
All right.
There's 2 in there that aren't. If you want to talk about Dusty, I'd be more than happy to talk about Dusty.
All right. I want to try and list the rest of the films, and then you can go with whatever you want to go with. Okay. We have Benjamin Joseph Baker, who is a director for How the West Was Dead. It's a feature film. Non-horror films, TV projects. You have Clint Gage, a director. Shotgun Mythos is a web series. A Clean Exit is a feature film. Michael Neal is director of Arcane Wars web series. All right. And you've got some a band that I do want to put in there and make sure. But right now we're talking film. Go.
Okay. So A Clean Exit is a feature film. It's a crime noir, sort of a police movie, if you will, about a team of cops and some stuff that goes down in West Virginia. I play a gangster from New York who is in West Virginia trying to protect his son because his son's kind of a really, really bad guy and has done some really horrible things to, you know, one of the local police officers there. So we just filmed this in West Virginia and just submitted it to festivals recently. We did get selected for the Cineplay Film Awards, which is a small festival up in New York. And I'm not sure when that takes place, but I believe it's in August. So we're looking forward to that. That should be a lot of fun. And then we also have the web series Shotgun Mythos, which is a wow, how to describe that? That's sort of crime noir, but mixed in with supernatural myths and legends, and yeah, it's really kind of hard to describe. It's interesting. It's a very, very cool show. A lot of old mythologies are mixed in with a sort of crime noir aesthetic, if you will. Yeah, it's a very fun show. I played Detective Harris in that, and so you can find that on YouTube. All 10 episodes are on YouTube of the first season, and with any luck, we're going to shoot a second season maybe next year. So we're looking forward to that. Dead Men Tell No Tales is a feature film, a horror film. Has Genevieve. Well, I'm not even sure how you pronounce her name.
Genevieve, well, it's not 48, but that's an author I know.
No. Rossi, the one Edward X was talking about just a little while ago. She's in that also. That was crazy fun. I played a cop in that also, and played that with Jesse Green, who is in MILFs and is in Killer Campout.
You're worried about getting typecasted?
I'm not so far, because that's it is one thing I think about. In fact, I used to have really, really long hair, and it was all about playing either undercover cops or drug dealers or, crackheads or, all these things. So I finally cut the hair a little bit.
I see.
To open that up a bit. And that's worked out so far. I may go even shorter. We'll see.
Talk a little bit about the importance of your personal image, what you look like aesthetically to be able to help you get roles in these films.
Right. I'm still trying to figure that out, to be honest with you. I'm still trying to figure out what is, the look I really should have in the acting biz. So far I'm just kind of rolling the dice and trying out different things and seeing what works. But as I said before, my hair used to be all the way down to I had a 3.5 foot ponytail. So that's typecasting. That's hard to find a lot. They're not going to take you seriously as the head of the FBI or anything like that. So yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out.
What have you learned about yourself in the since you've started doing acting? What have you learned about yourself?
About myself? Wow. I really like the team. The team effort dynamic. In most of my life, I'm pretty much a loner, except with bands. I sit down and I write code all day for a living. That's my day. And I watch a lot of movies and I watch a lot of, television shows, and I do spend an awful lot of time alone. But yeah, I like the team dynamic of everybody kind of coming together and creating something from nothing, and just making something awesome. And I really like, for instance, when we were shooting Shotgun Mythos, we were on set to shoot this epic sword fight, and it was going to be in this huge field and beautiful and sunny, and it rained all day. And we waited around for a long time for the rain to clear, because it kept saying, oh, another hour, another hour, another hour. But at some point, it just wasn't going to stop. And the whole cast and crew, and I wasn't actually shooting that day, but God love them, the whole cast and crew said, let's just shoot this thing in the rain. Let's just do it. And it looks great on film.
Awesome.
Another one of those things where you're kind of forced into it, but it winds up being better than it was planned. And I love that. I love when that happens. I love when everybody's willing to, put in another 4 hours just to get an awesome shot.
All right, I got 2 minutes on you. So right now, I want to make sure that people know that there's going to be a new CD coming out called Corrosion of Man by Chess Club Romeos. It's original music from a band that you've put together. Talk about that.
Sure. Chess Club Romeos, we've been around since about 2012. We have a previous album out called Picture Day, which you can find on any of the major, download sites. And you can also, in fact, you can go to our Reverb Nation page at Reverb Nation /Chess Club Romeos and download the whole thing for free if you want. All of it's there. But yeah, we have a new CD coming out pretty soon. We produced that with a friend of ours named Whiskey, and we did it in his studio, and it turned out very well, I think. I'm looking forward to people hearing it. We've been playing a lot of these songs at our live gigs for over a year, so a lot of people are familiar with the songs. They've just never had it in a tangible format before, and neither have we. So it's kind of exciting for us to actually have them as finished songs. So we're hoping to release that in hopefully the next couple of weeks. We just got the masters back. We have the artwork back. Everything's on board. So hopefully soon.
All right, very cool. We've been talking with Rick Jermain, and he's been talking about his films and why he likes working in film, horror, and in other genres. Thank you so much for being on. What'd you think about your first? What'd you think about your first experience being on with us?
Oh, it was great fun. You're really fun to talk to.
Thank you.
I had a blast. I'll come back and do it anytime. I'm gonna get new headphones though, because I don't like looking. It looks weird.
You look
I'll
good.
live with it.
You're awesome. Thank you
Thanks,
so
hon.
much.
Like
All
the
right.
fans.
Thank you. Thank you. Talk to you later.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We're going to be bringing on Mel Heflin now, and I'm going to pull up her stuff and bring her in. So go ahead and click that button. Please, and thank you. Although it doesn't look like that. It looks like please and hello you. But hopefully she can look past my typos going on here. We are now in our, let's see, where are we? What hour are we in? I think we're in our third hour.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Check you out. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, All right, so while I go and get your information that you sent me in the email, why don't you tell folks who you are and what it is you're creating?
All right. My name is Mel Heflin, and I am an independent horror actress, mostly horror. I do a little bit of sci-fi, a little bit of drama. I do some pinup modeling, and I do some voiceovers for movies and a little bit of everything.
All right. I know you got your stuff in early, so I have so many emails that I get from everybody that things tend to get buried. Thank you for your patience. All right, so you've been in the world of independent film since 2009, but you've been a professional model since 2003. You're working on horror, drama, and science fiction alike, and you like to make us laugh or scream while telling stories about fantastic filmmakers. You also do a comic book reference and voices for independent video games and cartoons. How'd you get into doing that?
It was sort of just like a snowball effect ever since I was 13 and got model scouted and going here, going there, meeting all these cool people. And when I was 19, a friend of mine, she messages me and she's like, "Hey, how would you like to do a horror movie? Come audition for us." And I was like, no way, that's like possible. So I went and auditioned and I fell in love with it, and I kept meeting more and more and more people, and I've loved it the whole way.
Do you often get bloody, gory, all of that kind of stuff?
Yes.
And
all of it.
What was it like for you on your first film? And first say, what was your first film that you did where you did a full role?
I worked on Scarlet Rain, and that was my first nude scene. That was my first bloody scene. That was my first death scene. That was my first lots of things all at once.
Oh,
and
wow.
Yeah.
So
I was just like, following what everyone was telling me to do.
When you found out that that was what was going to happen in your first film time out, your debut, what was running through your mind?
Oh gosh, a lot of things. I was just so excited. I remember I was having all my friends. I told all my friends, I'm gonna have to get used to being called Cece, so it'll look natural if someone calls me by that name on camera. So everybody was calling me Cece. It was just, I guess I was just so not really nervous. I don't really get nervous. I just wanted to do well so badly. I wanted to make something of when I stepped out into the camera. So yeah.
So what kind of things did you do to be able to help yourself stay within the role? It's sometimes people think, oh, that it's going to be really easy. It's an indie film. Everybody's going to have a lot of fun and they're going to be laughing and joking and all that. But it is actually a tedious and sometimes
Yes.
very long process to be able to do these films, and you have to stay in character whether you're comfortable, and I mean physically comfortable, or even maybe emotionally comfortable with the part. So talk to me about what that was like for you.
I think once I did my first scene, it just became so easy and so second nature to me, because there's the big lights and they're all shining on you and you can't see beyond those big lights. So you're just so there and in the moment, and you know what you got to do, and everybody else is doing what they got to do, and you just sort of fall into place. It's really, really powerful for this whole thing, and it's happening, and it's like its own little world.
How long did it take to actually do the full filming from conception to the final edits?
I was only there for about a month of it. I remember it was really crazy because it was my biggest project at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually, this is a true story. The director of the film wrote me a note to get out of work. I had a regular job at the time because film hadn't taken over yet. And he actually wrote a note to my boss, and my boss is reading this
you're doing what?
Okay.
Really?
This looks legit. Oh, okay.
That's cool. That's really cool. So you're doing this. The process is about a month long. What kinds of things did you learn about yourself when you were working on this film?
I guess I learned how comfortable I am when a part of a bigger project. I had only ever been used to only working with a makeup artist, sometimes a clothing designer, and a photographer. So only 3 other people at a time usually. And this was 30 people or something. And we were all in cast and crew house. And I just sort of meshed in with them. It was way more comfortable than I thought it was going to be.
A great experience. I'm happy to say that you had doing this. What other kinds of projects have you done since then?
Since then, well, I quit my job to do everything full time. I took on traveling here, traveling there. From New York, I did a film all the way down to Tampa, Florida. And I have filmed, I did a TV show pilot that didn't take off anywhere. I've been doing voiceovers for, it was The Romance of Miss Boop. I played the Betty Boop character in the video game.
Mm-hmm.
It's very indie.
What was that like for you? Because I know that we have a lot of people that enjoy video games and understanding how they're put together technique-wise.
It was really neat. They sent me this huge script of about 700 words because it's kind of like a dating sim. You can date Betty Boop, and you take her out on dates, and she'll sing to you. And it was very different because I don't have a high squeaky voice, but I sent in an audition and I got it right away. And I remember I would be driving to photo shoots and to day player roles, saying boop boop doop over and over. I can't do the voice now, I'll just embarrass myself.
It's cute though. Who doesn't love Betty Boop? It's just adorable. And if you don't know anything about Betty Boop, you probably should be in bed right now. Oh, wait a minute. This is summer vacation. Well, okay. Betty, learn about Betty Boop. Hashtag Betty Boop. All right. So what other kinds of projects would you ever like take on, like writing a screenplay, or how about maybe even a experience of your own about what it's like to be in this particular industry and what you've gotten out of it up to this point?
I think I would love to. As of right now, I'm still so young. I feel like I can contribute more so to actually getting out there. Just I don't think I've quite established myself enough yet, but I did actually work as a director for Creepy Crawl Entertainment, where I played the lead role and I directed the Succubus, the Crawl Space Chapter 2, the Succubus, last year. And that's out on DVD.
So you had your first hand in directing?
I had directed a short film before, but somebody edited it for me and I haven't seen it since. So this one, I'm very happy to say, is on DVD and I have yet to see it. I need to go make a visit.
I talked to a lot of indie people, and once sometimes their projects are created, and you can actually watch them on DVD and all that. And a lot of them say, "I haven't even seen the whole thing yet." Or have you gone though to screenings of any of the work that you've been in, to actually sit with an audience to see what their response is?
Only a couple, and I was so happy. I was so happy that like everyone like knew what they were in for and they had a great time. There was a couple of screenings recently that I can't make, but Predatory Moon and The Figure are goals, and I will be trying to make some of those.
All right, so you do some voiceover work?
Mm-hmm.
All right, talk to us about how you got started in doing the voiceover work, and if there are people that are interested in giving their hand at it, what they might be able to learn from you and what your experience was.
Okay, the best thing I can say for anyone trying to get into voiceover work is to just go and buy a good microphone, get some software, and make a demo reel, throw it up on YouTube. And I did that, and I was getting emails and scripts and audition pieces. And even without, auditioning for anything or sending anything in, people would find my demo reel and just send me this stuff. So I was taking anything I could get. And sometimes it gets a little strange, but every now and then something really cool comes along.
You, when you have a voice and you have the ability to be able to change your range and give it a lot of emphasis, like I work with a publishing house, it's an indie publishing house, and they are just moving now into doing audiobooks. And
awesome.
We're looking for people who do this kind of work that are very comfortable with reading from a script and that it comes natural to them. So being able to do voiceovers, when you talk about making a short film, a reel, I should say, that's different than a film, a reel of different kinds of things that you can do to show your range, you can sometimes pick up things that you would not expect, like these projects you're working on now.
Yeah, well, I did an audiobook in the past, and it was quite different because it was from a male's point of view. And I don't think my voice is that low, but I still had a really good time with it. I don't have too terribly much of a range, but I I'm comfortable with just reading however I need to. I don't think people need too much of a range for voice acting. They can have like a very, very specific niche.
Yes.
If they can't change their voice too much, because there's so many voices that are needed.
Absolutely. All right. What kind of things do you do on social media? How do you get people to know that you are in the presence of the indie community, and what do you do to be able to help your networking?
I post about my projects more than myself. I don't know if I am shy or what it is, but I will promote my projects, as much as I can. I have to be careful. I've noticed that if you post too much, people will flag you as spam. So I do send love to all my projects as much as I can without being flagged as spam.
It's a fine line, especially when you're dealing with the major social networks. Even on Twitter, if you tweet too many times a particular subject, no matter what it is, they're going to be like, you better slow down, or you can't do this. You have to have, from what I found, multiple layers for your social networking, so that you can work particular projects and get them out there. Also increases your fan base.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed that if I have like a really big announcement or something that I really want people to see, like maybe a movie's coming out or something, I'll just post like a bikini picture right before or something, and that usually ups everything pretty well.
We're going to be seeing a lot of bikini pictures now on Zombiepalooza Radio Live. What other kinds of things, like say if you meet some people and they're young people and they're interested in being able to get into film work, what do you tell them? Do you go back again and say to ask them to do a reel, or because if they don't have projects that work done, that's going to be difficult? What other things could they do?
I would say to get into acting, the best thing you can do is just show up and be on set. So follow a bunch of filmmakers that you admire and just watch their pages constantly. Put their Facebook, their company page as follow first, and constantly look for, especially when they're auditioning for extras, it may sound a little bit backwards, like, why would I want to be an extra if I'm trying to be an actor? Being on set is the most important thing. Showing up, shaking hands with people, and when they know that you're going to show up, you're more likely to get something bigger, because that's a big concern. Like, oh geez, we have this actress that, actually, whenever I've shown up for a couple of things, I've been bumped from extra to featured just by people not showing up. So being there is the most important thing.
Indie films, looking for things that are done locally. Sometimes they'll post up in coffee shops. Sometimes they'll post up on Facebook groups if they have a project. I've been a part of 2 indie film projects myself. I do enjoy the acting. One day I would like to direct something, because I like telling people what to do. I don't know. But one of the constant things that people say is, I had this big scene and I needed 20 to 30 people, and everybody knew they were supposed to be there. They knew where there was, all of that. And then only like 10 or 15 people or less show up. And so they have to either compromise the shot, which could screw up the whole thing, or they have to wait until they get another group of people, which extends the process into way longer. Talk about the importance a little bit more about getting a good group of people together and getting people who are really truly doing this because they have a passion for doing indie film work.
It is very much about finding your group of people, and you can have many different groups. And when people know that you're reliable, they're going to call you again and again. And people have flown me in before. I have come from, 700 miles away at a time just to work on a film project. And you know, I think it's like second nature, but a lot of people find that admirable. I just think, you know, if you agree to something, you need to be there.
Right.
And whenever
that's part of
yeah,
building your character base, you the person, not the actor. You're what you must stick with some rules about integrity and being able to make sure that you're not taking on too many projects at once, or that if you really are not available for a particular project, like you're really bad sick or you've got some family emergency, that you let these people know what's going on so that they can either shoot around it, or they can do what they need to do to be able to fill that spot.
Yeah, and showing up early can help too. I know that people will get nervous when let's say the call time is 10 o'clock, and around like 10:15, people start to get nervous, and sometimes people won't show up till noon or later.
Yes.
And the people that show up early are the ones that get to shake hands and rub elbows a little bit longer. So that's a big suggestion from me. Show up early, be on time, be there, have a good attitude.
Talk about the necessity of having a good attitude.
The necessity of it's huge. It's everything. When one person is dragging, it brings down the mood of everybody. You know, we all know that it's hot outside. We all know we haven't eaten yet, you know, and one person just being like, you know, you can try to keep a good attitude for a while,
right?
And it'll eventually just suck all the energy out of the room. So it ends up not having such a great, the quality of the project will suffer if people let their attitude affect what's going on.
You'll see if they're supposed to say, if you have to redo a shot like 10-15 times because the camera needs to have particular angles and it has to have a good flow with what they're already doing, and if anything is out of place, you guys start all over again.
Yeah,
it's it can be very long and draining, and you're going to get tired, you're going to be hungry, you're probably going to be either too hot or too cold at some point. And if you really have all right, how about this? How about people that stand in the grocery line, okay? And there's maybe one or two people ahead of them, and they got, I don't know, maybe 30 items a piece or something like that. And you hear someone behind you going, "Oh man, this is we're just never going to get out of here." Blah blah. You're not the kind of person that should probably go on set, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Not.
And you know, I just feel like I often need to remind people when the mood starts coming down. I just, you know, I stand up and say, "Hey guys, we are really living the dream right now. Like, think about how many people would love to be here with us." People just sometimes just need to be reminded and not suck the energy out of the room. People are usually pretty good, but every now and then after day 45 or something,
it gets it can be like that. But the biggest part is to make sure that you have a good attitude. All right, I'm going to go over to, I'm going to try to go over to your IMBD page and go tripping through some memories for you. One of our guests earlier said one of the reasons why he enjoys doing film work is to create the memories. I believe that was Rick Jermain that said that. All right, so you're best known for being an actor called Catherine, and it's 2015, a film, 2015. So talk to me about that particular experience.
That role was so great. Okay, it was very particular. I played a female vampire named Sandra in the movie Catherine. The movie is 80s drive-in style.
Oh.
And what happened was I was in makeup. I forget how long I was in makeup, but they actually had my eyes covered over, and I had these burn marks all over me because vampire hunters had gotten to me. And I think I spent over 8 hours a day in that makeup, and I couldn't see out of it. Like it covered my eyes entirely. So I actually had that a lot of practice went into it because I would have to be used to going into a place where I was not familiar with and immediately being blind and not able to see and feel my way around. So I blindfolded myself and would make my bed and, vacuum my house, things like that, to get used to not being able to see and feeling my way around. So it came in handy once I got to set, because if you've ever not been a blind person, it's very tough because people just want to help you out and just like grab you, pull you here, pull you there. And whenever they grab you and pull you, you have no idea where you're at anymore. And you have to feel your way around all over again. So,
what was
yeah.
that? What was that like? Not only physically, what was that like for you psychologically? What did you learn about yourself during that particular film?
I think I got to see a small window into what it is like being blind, and I have a much bigger respect for how to help people, not to pull them or jerk them, and to let them know, hey, in 3 steps, you're going over a threshold, watch your step. And I think I learned a lot about my castmates and crewmates too, over who was helping me eat, and because it's so easy, things are such a rush, you can quite easily be forgotten that, hey, that girl over there can't see to make her plate of food.
Right.
So I was very thankful for the people there.
All right, I want you to talk about The Crawl Space, Frankenstein's Legend. It's a TV movie. It was done in 2015, and you played Emily.
Oh, that was so great. That was my first experience with Creepy Crawl Entertainment, Dusty Fleischman and Rita Christine. And that was just so fun. It was early in the morning, and I got there with my coffee, and nobody was there yet. And once everybody showed up, I'm just like, okay, what's now? And to see all these actors go from, normal people, and like maybe an hour later you have a full-blown Wolfman and Frankenstein, it was really amazing. And I just meshed right in with them, and I've done several projects with them since.
All right, this one is Grindsploitation, the Playgirl segment, The Stripper Ripper in 2016.
Oh gosh.
All right, come on. What's this about?
That was my first film in New Jersey. I got contacted by Evan. I can't pronounce his last name. M-A-K something. I'm sorry, Evan. He contacted me, and he was like, hey, what are you doing on X day? And I drove up, and it was just really, really fun. It's more of a trailer, a short film, but it has so much depth for a short film. I can't wait for the actual movie to be released. I don't know if it is or not yet. I haven't heard anything.
All right. You did something called Someone Has to Review It. It was a TV series. Talk a little bit about that. What did you do?
That was a review show by Brandon Bentley and, oh gosh, Jesse, I forget his name. They would go and they would review popular movies, and they would have what they called a singer. I was basically the hot chick that was there at the end of the episode. I loved it. I got to be a Hulk at one point. I got to dress as a reindeer at one point. It was all fun.
That's cool. These are the kinds of things. They're not necessarily easy, but they are a lot of fun, and you get to be very expressive. And
yes,
it's not as demanding as like a feature film role where you've really got to like soak yourself into all of what they're trying to do. It's cool.
Yes.
That's really what indie film is all about. It's that willingness to be able to allow someone to make you look very cool and just say, hey, go at it. Do what comes to your mind. All right, so we are now, you're pixelated on my screen here, but we still have sound on you, and thankfully we know what you look like already, so that we know that you're not a Well, I don't know, maybe. You should see this. Actually looks pretty cool. I should probably take a picture of that. It is 10:28. What I need you to do right now is I need you to give me a sound bite for some place where you're either going to show up or your next project. Go.
I will be working on Never Go Back next. I'll be flying back to Jacksonville, Florida. It's one of my first dramas. It's going to be a really great time. I'm in love with their story.
That's going to make a unique picture if I can get. Oh, there you are.
Awesome.
I don't know if I caught it. Oh, you see what this is like? Nope, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. We got your lovely face on there, which is, well, you can't see that anyway. I don't know what I'm doing. There you are. There you are. You were there. All right. So it's 10:29. What did you think about your very first experience on Zombiepalooza Radio? And will you come back?
I would love to come back. I had a great time just getting to catch up and reminisce about the projects that I've worked on.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Who is one person or maybe two people that have been very proactive with you in your indie career?
I have a very good friend who's helped me out immensely. His name's Johnny Sullivan. And I would have to say that I have gotten some really great advice from my friend Benzie.
Very cool. All right. So please make sure that you like and share the YouTube channel. If you have any YouTube channels yourself, send them over to me. I'll make sure to link them up with mine. Thank you so much, Mel, for being on Zombiepalooza Radio. We look forward to having you on again. I'll talk to you soon. I think I lost sound on her. You can go ahead and disconnect from the call. I'm going to go to my, and there she goes. What a lovely lady. I really liked that. That was a cool experience. All right, so we're going to bring on a gentleman that I met at Horror Hotel. His name is Doug Kaufman. You're welcome, Mel. Thank you. All right, let's see if we can bring on Doug. How do I spell it? Let me see. There he is. All right, so here is the link, and hopefully just go ahead and click on link. Click link, please, and thank you. And we're going to go with Doug Kaufman. I'm going to pull up his information. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see, got his Hi, how are ya?
Good. How's it going?
I don't know. You tell me. How's it going?
It's a little rough.
Yeah. What I would like to first find out is where your email is to me. I can't find it.
You want me to resend it?
It's buried. Oh my goodness. All right. So speaking of, I know, right? So why don't you tell the lovely folks who you are and what you created while I try to find your email?
All right. Well, I'm a screenwriter. I've written an adaptation of King Diamond's Abigail, combined both albums into one screenplay. It's won 2 awards, one last year and one this year, both for honorable mention. I've also wrote a short comedy, zombie, horror, blood splatter, however you want to title it, called Zombie Strain. It's in pre-production right now. I got Genevieve Rossi, who's done over 70-something films, and a bunch of friends of mine, Brian Temple, Ontario Javier, James Lockwood, Chris O'Brien. I'm looking at my poster here. Sorry, and Jason McAllister, who's also known as Skippy the Evil Clown down on the Ohio horror circuit.
Skippy was an interesting. I
love Skippy. I love him to death. I think he is absolutely great.
I need you to move your mic down a little bit so that I know this is like, we're talking horror films and all of that, but.
Right. How's that? A little more?
We got. I still hear a little bit, but yeah, it's maybe from a fan or something that's blowing right into.
Yeah. Let me turn this off.
All right. And thank
How's
you.
that?
Ah, better. I'm not going to keep you long. I know that you're probably uncomfortable. I'm
good. I'm good. I'm good.
I can't find your email. What is your email?
Angry Demon Productions at Gmail.
You know, I love people. Oh, there you are.
Hey, there I am.
You are. I found you. There you are.
Yes. I've also, but going back to what I'm doing, I've also written a full-length horror thriller called, what's the new name? Twin Carnation. About two twins that are super evil. I mean, when they were alive, they went on a complete rampage and killed like over 350 to 450 people are the estimates. They went on trial for only 50 of them. And during their trial, they said that you really think we are afraid of death? It's only going to make us stronger. We will be back. 76 years later, they are. And they want to play the game again. You know, I've only got one person cast for that, and that's horror scream queen Lynn Lowry.
Very
so
cool.
I'm super excited about that. But what I really would like to get going is Zombie Strain.
Yeah, we got Zombie Strain got 3rd place in the horror comedy screenplay division, and Twin
Carnation got 4th place.
Mm-hmm.
So I went 3 for 3 this year, so I'm super excited for that.
I really enjoyed this project you had called Abigail.
Oh, well, thank you.
Talk to me about Abigail and tell our listeners out there what this is based on.
Excuse me. Well, let me pull up the page because it's kind of hard for me to remember sometimes myself. Abigail, where are you? I'm pulling it off my webpage. Sorry.
That's all right.
Well, anyways, Abigail. It starts off that Jonathan LaFay inherits this old mansion, and he just recently got married to Miriam Natius. Basically, it's Satan backwards. And they're going down to France to live in the mansion, and they think everything's all fine, honky-dory, no problems. What they get about 20 miles away from the mansion, and they're stopped dead in their tracks by 7 horsemen who warn them the mansion is haunted. Do not go there. You do, bad things are going to happen. Do yourself a favor, turn back now. And Jonathan, of course, you know, being the prim and proper, you know, we're talking 1800s in France, and he's from the British Army. You know, he's super prim and proper. He's like, goes, what are you talking about? Get out of my way, you know. Well, they don't listen to the warnings, and you could even tell just by going to the mansion, the horses that are drawing the carriage could sense like this huge evil presence, and they want to turn back and run. And the horseman is just like, come on, and he forces them into the mansion. Miriam gets pregnated by the spirit of Abigail, who was killed in 1776 before she was even born. The count back then, you know, knew that his wife got pregnant through an affair, and he's like, well, no bastard child is going to inherit what is mine. So he kills his wife, kills the baby. Abigail wants revenge. She gets reborn through Miriam. A 9-month pregnancy is taken, it only takes 9 days.
Interesting.
You know, she goes from like pains in her stomach, and you could see like the black veins, go, you know, moving around. And, you know, Jonathan's like freaking out, but he doesn't want to tell Miriam to freak her out. He's like, well, everything's fine. Everything's fine. That's when she got impregnated. That night, the old count comes back as a spirit and says, you have to kill your wife because Abigail wants to come back. You got to kill her. You got to kill her. And he's like, no. The count manipulates Jonathan into trying to kill her in various ways, like through black magic with blood in a tea spell.
And then we're going to stop you right there because we don't want to know how it ends and all of that kind of fun stuff.
Right.
You had this really cool project called Zombie Strain.
Yes.
And you need funding for that. So
yes, I do.
There is, you have a website. It's www.angrydemonsproductions.com. And on the website, there's a donation button for a simple and quick, automatically filled out $5 donation and or purchase a product in our shop section. What kind of things can we buy?
Well, right now we have a limited amount of items only because we haven't shot anything to put like on a t-shirt or whatever. Mm-hmm. So we basically have this poster in black and white on a black t-shirt, white t-shirt, and also a white women's spaghetti strap t-shirt. Mm-hmm. I also got a couple of frosted mugs that have Zombie Strain on it. We did a 2-minute promo. The video didn't turn out the way we hoped. Excuse me. And so I just used a couple of images from that and threw it on a t-shirt instead. And one of the guys, James Lockwood, he doesn't have a 6 or an 8-pack. This dude's got like a freaking 12-pack for abs. And he's built like to here.
Wow.
Yeah. You see. Yeah, he's like huge. He makes me look small, and I'm 6'8", 250.
Yeah, he is, folks. I met him in person. Yeah, he is.
Excuse me. And I got a shot of him. And he's like really crunched up, and he's shirtless, and he's showing off the abs. I'm like, oh, that would be perfect for the ladies. Looking at some man candy, because I got women. I got a gorgeous woman in Genoveva. Well, that's for the guys. Well, I'm gonna get something for the girls. Right. I gotta be fair about it. So I'm gonna have him shirtless throughout the entire movie. Just for the eye candy factor.
I don't know if you should do it for the. Well, I'm not directing your film, but my suggestion would be to you that and in the film in general. Mm-hmm. It's like going to an old burlesque kind of situation where that you're going to see a little of something and it's going to entice you and it's going to make you think that you're seeing more than what you're actually seeing. And I think that might be a great way to be able to start that out. And then after a certain particular situation happens, then off with the shirt and the rest of the thing is off with the shirt.
Well, the reason why he's shirtless is he's out mowing his grass. He's trimming the edges.
Oh, well, then that makes sense then.
Yeah, he's doing yard work.
All right.
And then all of a sudden, the zombie apocalypse happens. Well, he's not going to run in his house and grab a shirt.
No, he's not going to do that. So, all right, I get you. I got you. I don't have this script.
And plus, I am a huge fan, man and woman, to be absolutely covered in blood, completely shirtless, naked, whatever. And like I said, I can't have Genoveva be topless throughout the entire movie. So I'm going to have him be topless throughout the entire movie.
I think, you know what? I think you got something right there then. So talk to me about why you have taken this approach in the film, indie film, by making Zombie Strain.
Well, Zombie Strain actually started off as a joke. My across the street neighbor, Ontario, who's actually in the movie, he came to me and he's like, I want you to write a zombie movie. I want you to write a zombie movie. And I'm like, oh, dude, please, really, a zombie movie? Are you freaking kidding me here? I'm a horror thriller writer. I mean, I wrote Abigail. I just got done writing the first draft of Twin Carnation. I want to go in that horror thriller route. I don't want to go into the zombie. I mean, I love them, but writing one, dude, really, serious. For weeks, he pestered me about it. I'm like, well, fine. Here's your I banged out like a 20-page simple script, trying to incorporate a lot of the comedy into it. Excuse me. And I gave it to him, and he's like, dude, what are you talking about? You didn't want to write this. This is fantastic. I'm like, oh, okay. Where do you see the fantastic part in it? And he's actually points out specific scenes and even specific lines. He goes, this is comedy gold. You should go this route. And he goes, and he's pestering me and pestering me and pestering me. Okay, fine. So I turned, as I got more and more into the writing of it, I fell more in love with it. I'm like, all right, what other cool features can I throw into this thing now? What cool lines would be great? And the characters are basically people that I know. You know, growing up, you got two brothers, Mike and Joe. I've known for them for 36 years now. So I got to include them. Who else am I going to incorporate? Well, I used to, my ex-stepson, I guess you could say, I was common law married to his mother for a number of years. So, all right, I'm going to include Brian into this. Who else can I put into it? And put them all together, mix it in a blender, and say, okay, what would this person do at this time, and what would they say? And Mike has this thing of, even when we were little, like 6, 7, 9 years old, of saying fantastic a lot. I'm like, from fantastic to fantastic. 30 times a day, guaranteed, you're going to hear that word. Okay, I'm going to include that, and the word fantastic absolutely works with this script.
That's cool.
You know, and his brother Joe is a lunkhead, more or less. Picture Uncle Fester growing up with the complete bald hair and stupid look. Yeah, I love you, Joe, but you're an idiot sometimes. You know, what would this stupid Hulk-like character do in this situation? Well, I'm not going to give him a weapon. He's going to fight everybody barehanded. Now, he's big and strong, just like Dog is, you know, who's played by James, you know, the big muscular guy, except Joe looks fat, but it's solid muscle. I mean, you touch him and it's like, whoa.
That don't shake. That's not Jello.
Oh, that don't shake. So, like I said, I just threw all these characters I've known throughout my life, threw them in a blender and said, all right, what would they do? All right, well, Mike wouldn't say it exactly like this, or Brian wouldn't say this. I mean, Brian was more the comedic factor. You know, he would be the one in the background with the quip one-liners every once in a while. And you just, damn, dude, really? Like that. Excuse me. Dog is, sorry, go ahead.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah. It's just something different.
So, the character you were talking about, Dog. Talk
Yes.
a little bit about that.
Well, Dog is based off of another neighbor that's across the street. He's this big Hulk type person himself. When he's on his medication, he's Terry Crews. When he's off of his medication, he's more like Debo from Friday. Tiny Tim Lister, I think his name is. You know, that real get out of my face type angry. He also raises pit bulls for a living, not just regular pit, but fighting pit bulls. You know, there's no way I'm gonna rat him out. You know, no. I don't want no trouble. He's a great neighbor. That's the only downfall that he's got. But I can't call the character by the guy's real name.
Right.
Well, since he raises pit bulls, Dog makes sense.
Yeah, especially for personality-wise and what you're having there to do. That's really cool. All right, so what other kinds of projects are you going to be working on?
I've got actually several projects that are like in talks, in the works. There's Dusty Fleischman from Creepy Crawl Entertainment. I noticed he's been getting a lot of love today.
Yes.
But he put out a call for short werewolf stories, written in like book form, no longer than 10, 15 pages. And he's gonna like pick the top 3 and probably make them into like a creep show type movie. Wow.
Do you need a drink?
Right there.
Get a drink.
Yeah.
Here's to you,
Sorry.
kid. It's all right.
Yeah. But anyways, like I said, he put out a call for werewolf stories. So I'm like, all right, I'll give it a shot. I think mine came out to 9 or 10 pages, and I sent it to him. Now, if he's going to use it or not, well, that's a different story. And if he does, we'll talk. But that's one story I got out there. I'm also going to hopefully be working with Skippy as Skippy, not Jason.
No,
he's going to be as Skippy in 2 microfilms.
Oh, wow.
One's called Intruder, and another one is called Inner Clown. Since they're microfilms and only about a minute long and they're still in development, I'm not going to say what they're about.
Right,
but,
you can't do that. But
but
it's going to be good. It's going to be creepy. This guy, Skippy, eventually I'm going to have him on my show.
Now, are you going to have him on as Skippy?
I'm scared to death of looking at this guy. It's a thing. It's just I'm like, I know there's a man in there, and the man doesn't look like that for real. But that whole thing that he does, it is epic when it comes to horror. And he's very tall.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm 6'8", and he's about 3 inches shorter than me. Maybe. I mean, he comes about here on me. So
but
I'm about 6'5".
I'm only 5'2", okay? And
my wife's 5'1".
So I met her, yes. But I'm like looking at this and I'm going, this is interesting. But what I'm going to have him do is I'm going to have him have maybe a photograph of him behind, dressed in character, because he won't be able to talk through that mask.
No,
unless something is rigged to be able to do it, because when you, and that's one thing about in film work, especially indie films, if you're wearing a mask, you have to have some way to be able to project the sound that's coming out of you, else it's going to sound all masked and you won't be able to get the same effect. It'll look cool.
Well, on something like that, we'll probably film it straight, and then I'll have them do the scene or scenes or whatever we got into like a microphone and put it like on Windows Media, and then blend the 2 together.
Yeah,
that way.
you're gonna have to do that, because when I was initially thinking about doing it, I was like, there has to be a way to be able to do this. And then it was like, even if I got like really, really close to him, like, a couple of 2 feet away or so, it still would be very difficult to do. So I'm thinking, if you're going to do that, the best way to do it is film the action scene, whatever the heck it is, and then get the sound dubbed into it. They have a number of editing programs that you can use. What kind of programs have you run across that are useful for you?
Well, I'm just starting out, so I'm working with Windows Media.
I got some stuff for you then. I got some stuff that we can send over to you. It's free base, so to be able to try out. But that's really cool that you guys are going to be working at. I want to talk a little bit about the importance of indie creatives going to festivals such as Horror Hotel that just happened in Hudson, Ohio.
I love Horror Hotel. I love Christina and Ray and everything that they do. I wish I could attend the Indie Fest, but with me out of work and my wife's the only one that's pulling in the money, it's kind of hard to do 2 festivals, especially that close to one another on the funds that we got.
Right.
the horror hotel cost us almost $300 just to go down for those 3 days.
Right.
There's no way I could raise that in the month and a half between horror hotel and Indie Fest.
Mm-hmm.
So until we actually start making money, please,
Right.
we're just going to do horror hotel until, you know, we can get everything rocking and rolling here.
All right. So what kind of things did you learn that 3 days that you were at horror hotel? What was the experience like for you?
Just meeting people. I loved the whole interaction with, you know, the writers, directors, actors, everybody, special effects. Speaking of special effects, the girl who won for best special effects, I want to get her on Zombie Strain. I've already talked to her about it.
Good.
I just got to type it all up and, you know, send it to her and give her a call once we get the funds. Say, hey, you know, you want to work on a project? I got one for you. You know, this is all set and ready to go. Even though we already have like a makeup artist who's the daughter of Brian Temple who's in the movie, but she's very good. Corey, if you're listening, I love you. You are very good, but you also know your limitations, and I kind of know her limitations. So I want to bring the second person in to kind of teach her on how to do this. Like
that's how you do, though. You know, if you want to improve, you have to get around people who know more than you do, and you have to be able to take your ego and put it away, bury it somewhere so that you can allow for the process to happen. Why is that so important?
To set the ego aside?
Yeah.
Well, if you think that you're holier than thou, no one's going to want to work with you. Like the Hollywood typical LA type attitude. I don't want to work with Hollywood in any way, shape, or form. Even if I become rich and famous, there's no way I could work with those attitudes.
Right.
You know, the indie people are a lot more friendly. They're a lot more open. They actually have something called input.
Yeah. Yeah. You know,
an LA actor is just going to read a line, do the line. That's it. They're out the door.
Mm-hmm.
But indie set people are more like, well, I don't feel like this character would say it like this or do it like this. Okay, I could do a rewrite, not a problem. You know,
see, when we met, some of the people, they knew each other already, and some of them had just met. But you know, when we were sitting down the last full night that we were there, and
Saturday night,
and we were watching all of this, and when everybody got the chairs, we came out of the bar, and we were in that experience was such a game changer.
You can't buy that kind of experience. No. I mean, we had what? Saba, Nathan. Was Nathan there?
Nathan was there. Yeah.
Nathan was there. Jeffrey Calhoun, I think, was there. I think I caught a glimpse of Ryan LaPlante every once in a while.
Yes.
I mean, you can't buy that experience. You know, Nathan won an award for his film. Ryan won an award for his film. I love Holy Hell. God, please, Ryan, if you're listening, I want that to add it to my collection. Send me a link where I could freaking buy it, please. I love that movie.
That was the movie I was talking about.
Talking with Saba about.
Early. Yeah, I was like, there was this other film. I saw this. I had to walk out. I had to.
I was standing by the door when you walked out. In fact.
I think it was you that I was talking with after that came. Yeah, and I'm like, and you're like, what's going on? And I'm like, I'm watching this film, and you're looking at me like, but the film is still on. I'm like, I know the film is still on. Yeah. And the whole experience of, I don't know what the hell I just saw. I don't know what that was. There's no.
I had to say that as I was taking a sip.
Words for what that was. But it was. You couldn't even say it was bizarre. It was.
It actually was. Well,
wow.
If you're a fan of like the old 80s, 90s Tromo type movies.
Yes, that
This film was Lloyd Kaufman to the bone. And the funny thing is, I think he said that he didn't even see a Troma movie till after this was made.
Yes.
And then when he saw one, he was like,
"What?
Wait a minute! I just created a new genre of Troma." In fact, on my website, I'm starting to do reviews of indie films, and Holy Hell is one of the reviews I gave. And I personally think that he is the next Lloyd Kaufman.
It was absolutely stunning, and what was really funny about the time when I actually walked out, that was the lull. That was that little bit of 10 minutes of, okay, you can relax and breathe a little bit.
Okay, let's see where is this gonna go?
Oh man, I was just absolutely blown out of the water by this. Now, I'm going to ask you, Nathan Ludwig was part of this, right?
Yeah, a part of Holy Hell, no, not that I know of.
But Nathan did come from the convention, right?
Yes, he had the movie PMS, Preteen Monster Syndrome.
I didn't get to watch that one, and what I'm going to do right now.
If you get a chance, see it. It's worth it. I mean, even if you have to talk to Nathan and buy a copy, it's worth it. It's like a 35 minute short, but it works. It's good. It's low budget, and you can tell it's low budget, but it was very, very good quality. That was another, out of all the films I saw at Horror Hotel, number one, Holy Hell, without a doubt. Number two, I would say, was PMS. And, like we were talking earlier about just the interaction and talking to these guys on how they made the film, it's absolutely priceless. There's no way you could, say, all right, I'm going to pay $1,000 and I'll talk to Nathan. No. It's the whole entire experience.
Look.
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going, Doug?
Pretty good, Nathan.
You're tearing it up. I was watching you.
Thank you.
Hey, Jackie. How's it going?
Oh, Nathan.
I'm doing all right.
I don't know if you could see it.
I saw my poster. Yeah, thank you so much. That's awesome to be among all those posters.
Thank you.
So cool.
Check you out. All right, so we have. If you two would like to stay on the same thing, that would be great.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm down for whatever. Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. All right, so
I was gonna watch the whole show anyway, so I'm here for the entire duration.
All right, so
because I'm actually waiting for Mr. Munden.
Oh yes.
For Keith, because I'm kind of like in the top. He's another side project that I got going on. We're kind of like in the talks of either making one of my movies or just taking something from his that he wants to either like redo or something new when he actually moves down to Columbus.
Okay, all right. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to say thank you very much, Doug, for coming on to the show. You are more than welcome to stay with us, so go ahead and stay glued in. I'm going to put you down on the little box. You can hang out next to me. And I'm going to put Nathan up on the big screen.
All right.
Here we go.
Woo!
Oh, that's me.
Yeah.
I don't want to be on there.
You keep going back and forth.
No!
You don't have to see me.
There you go.
Yeah, we do. We went through all of that just to get you on, so damn right we do.
All right.
Okay, so we have with us Nathan Ludwig, and what I'd like you to do, Nathan, is tell the folks who you are, what it is you're creating, and why you enjoy creating in horror.
Okay, well, obviously my name is Nathan Ludwig. I am mostly a screenwriter and a short filmmaker. With my filmmaking partners that I met at film school a little while ago, we've produced 2 short films. They both done pretty well on the festival circuit. We did Late Submission, which was our first film. It was shot on like Super 8mm, black and white, just total kind of guerrilla style short film about a film producer who gets kidnapped by these 2 disgruntled filmmakers who kept getting rejected from his film festival and kind of shenanigans ensue. And so that did pretty well, and that gave us the confidence to do a second short film called PMS, Preteen Monster Syndrome, which you see on Doug's wall over there. And that's been doing really well. I just got announced for its 24th film festival, so it's done well. It's not for everybody. It's a trashy kind of 30-minute down and dirty kind of trauma-style movie, a lot like Holy Hell, but you know, it has our own quirks to it, and it's done very well. So we're very proud of that. And we work on a lot of screenplays together. We do a lot of horror and sci-fi screenplays, short screenplays, feature screenplays, and we're currently working on shooting another short film in September, hopefully, right after Labor Day. So we're excited about that.
So do you take it from concept to post-production yourself? What kind of pieces do you handle within the film, so we can talk a little bit more specifically about it? Go.
Sure, yeah. When we work on short films together, my main focus is being a co-writer, co-director. So far, I've been co-writing, co-directing with Chad Farmer, who's kind of my partner in crime, and our other friend, Charles Hill. He's mostly a producer and sometimes screenwriter, and that's usually how it goes as far as production-wise. So when I'm writing my screenplays, I'm always... For us, I'm always keeping in mind budget, feasibility of how to shoot things, and you know, locations and whatnot, what we can get, what we can't get. So I'm always conscious about that. So we're kind of wearing a bunch of different hats when we do our own productions, without a doubt.
All right, so location.
Yep.
A lot of times indie people have a bit of difficulty in finding the right location, and or if they find the right location, sometimes their location gets taken away from them for whatever reason. What kinds of things have you run into as far as film production when it comes to location? And have you been very fortunate, or have you had to run into issues?
Sometimes things work out great, sometimes they don't. Our first two films that we worked on, we had no problems with locations. Chad Farmer, he kind of doubles as the head location scout, and he's very good at scoring locations, so we haven't had any problems with that. On a couple projects we worked before that, we had a failed feature film that we worked on, and a couple other things. We did run into problems with locations. We tried to use a graveyard one time, we got arrested for that. So always, that's a lesson to you kids out there. Always get your permits, because you never know when the cops are hanging out, especially in a graveyard by a trailer park, when all the people in the trailer park are wondering what you're doing. Are you hiding a body in the graveyard, or what's going on? So yeah, we got
Dude, really? Oh, shit.
It happens. It happens. So I mean, guerrilla filmmaking is fun, but you know, you'll get caught every once in a while. But I guess that's part of the fun, you know.
There was a guy that was Who was the guy that was talking about? And that was on Saturday night. He was talking about having all kinds of weapons and things like that were in his suit. It was Saba, wasn't it? Yeah.
I think so.
It was in the middle of the night. He was on location. He was waiting for some people more to show up, and what ended up happening is a police car was kind of like driving slowly up towards where he was, and so he's standing next to the car, and he's like, I gotta get rid of this stuff, because they weren't supposed to be there in the first place, and he had like live weapons on him. So he's like, or some of them were fake, but they looked realistic. And so he's got all of this stuff all in different pockets and inside of his clothing, and he opens the car door, and he's like, you know, hiding behind there, and he does yoga and some other stuff, and so he was in yoga poses that yoga was very good to him that night. And by the time the police got up to where he was at, and the guy's like, you know, are you okay? Is everything all right here? And so I was like, yep, just fine. I'm all good.
And to hear Saba say that with his French accent was absolutely hysterical.
Yeah.
I just thought that was just it was pure poetry with the way that he said it. One of these days I'm going to have him come on, and I'm going to have him talk when he's on for full hour. I'm going to have him talk about that. So Nathan, PMS. Talk about PMS. How did you get the idea for the concept? And talk to us about the experience that you had in creating this film.
Well, it originally started with Late Submission, our first short film. Chad came up with the idea for that film, and in the background, in the lair of the killers, in the movie, they had a bunch of posters, movie posters for their failed ideas. Like the gerbil was one of them, where like, you know, killer gerbils would get up people's butts and stuff like that, and a couple other ones. One of them was PMS, preteen monster syndrome. And we were talking about, you know, how you have conversations about, you know, projects and whatnot. And we said, oh, what would happen if we turn these into like fake trailers or short films and stuff? And PMS ended up being the most fun to talk about. So I said, okay, well, let's do a short screenplay, or like maybe like a screenplay for a fake trailer or something. And it just ended up being a lot of fun to write. And it ended up being like, I don't know, 16, 17, 18 pages of a short script. And we said, okay, well, let's film it. And if it sucks, then we'll just cut together a fake trailer and keep all the funny bits. And it turned out to be a lot more fun than that, and we ended up making it into a short film. And the end product is what you see, and it's done very well so far. So we're very proud of it. It was kind of just a low-down, low-budget, dirty kind of film we shot in three and a half days, where we just basically, Chad, my co-director, co-writer, he just basically picked a whole bunch of people off the street, and from his work, he worked at the warehouse at Amazon down in Chattanooga, and just grabbed all these people that are just all these characters and just put them together in this movie. And it just, it could have failed miserably and been the worst movie ever. But it was a lot of fun, and it turned out well, and we all had a great time.
Mr. Taffy was creepy. That dude fit that role perfectly. I don't know where he came from, if he was part of...
Yeah, he's just one of those guys. Anthony, he's one of Chad's friends, and he was just, you know, he's just a shy, reserved guy in real life, and he doesn't really want to do a lot of films. He starred in something else that we did, like another short film, but he really is not interested in acting. We kind of had to convince him. But yeah, Mr. Taffy, I mean, I don't know where that came from. Like, he had us cracking up on set every single time. I mean, he just came alive when he was doing Mr. Taffy. It was crazy.
Give me one of your favorite lines from this movie.
One of my favorite lines. When Coker, who is one of Larry, is the main bad guy. He's a pimp. That he has a stable of hookers that get hooked on this wonky, which turn them into mutant monsters if they're on their period. So Coker's one of his head henchmen. He's like a mercenary who's addicted to cocaine, and he has his own private lair that Larry takes girls to discipline when they get out of line. And so Layla, who is the older sister of the main character, the main PMS monster, Casey, she is captured in his lair, and Larry is taunting her, and he asks... Coker asks Larry, how does she want it? You know, fast and furious or slow and steady? And Larry says, mix it up, slow and furious. And that's my favorite, one of my favorite lines in the movie, because the way he delivers it is very funny, and a lot of people like that line too. So, yeah. That whole scene was my favorite scene to shoot. Was the scene in Coker's room. That was a lot of fun. So,
Jackie, can I interrupt for just 1 second? Nathan, you were talking about late submission, about like this director who always gets turned down. You should really check out a movie that's coming out. It's made by Russell Hackett and directed by Tom Ryan.
Oh, is it Wrapped?
Yes.
I donated to their Kickstarter, or to their Indiegogo or whatever. Yeah, I did.
You did it in the comedy style, and he's going more like
serious. Yeah, it looks really good. Yeah, I want to check it out. Definitely. I'm always looking out for, you know, fellow filmmaker projects. I'm very interested. I try to stay, you know, in tune to the community as much as I can, because everybody needs each other's help when it comes to making an independent film. They really do.
All right, yes. I want you to go ahead and expound on that, because this is part of the reason why, you know, we have you on. This is why I am focusing in on indie film creative and all of that. So talk about the camaraderie, importance of that. Talk about the importance of having a good attitude and making network connections through indie groups and conventions and things of that sort.
Oh yeah, definitely. Going to horror conventions, going to like fan fest conventions, film festivals, and even just the people you meet making a new film. It's really important to build those connections, and I make a friend, at least one friend, usually several friends, every film festival I go to, like Doug here. You know, you just meet new people, and it's exciting to just talk about like-minded subjects, especially when it comes to film with other people. It's exciting. You get excited, and new projects come out of it when you're meeting new people. And a couple projects have come up lately, whether it's screenplays or short films, just by meeting people at film festivals and reconnecting. I mean, Facebook alone. I mean, I was reconnected with a friend of mine from 3rd grade who I found out who was a director as well, and he's got a film on the film festival circuit now. It's called Night of Something Strange. His name is Jonathan Straighton, and I was grade school friends with him, and I just a couple years ago just recently found out that he's a filmmaker. So now we're connected in that way too. It's amazing who you can connect with out there if you just keep your mind open and you stay professional and friendly.
Yep.
So
coming from absolutely nothing, I think in the last year I've met over 100 people in the industry, and we're like a huge family, trying to support one another.
Mm-hmm. When you go to a film festival, you try to support everybody by, you guys get in a group together and you meet each other and you go, let's go support this guy's film. What time is this film playing?
Right.
And the next person's film, what time is there? And you always make sure that there's a support group that you go in and support everybody's screenings. It's a very tight-knit community.
One of the things that I saw when I was at the convention is that they did exactly this man here, I will vouch, is not just running his mouth trying to fill airtime. What he's saying is exactly how it was. And then there would be what I enjoyed after they had watched the piece is that they sat down someplace in the lobby or someplace where they could connect and talk about what they just saw. That it helps not only to form the relationship bond, that connection bond, but it also shows that they were paying attention to what was going on, because you can't really talk about something if you're not glued into it.
Nope.
And especially some of these films, they were rather short in length. They're not feature films for the most part. A lot of these are, like Saba, went a minute 11 seconds.
Yeah, it was a minute long, yeah.
To very full-length features, but there were not very many of those. So you have to really pay attention to what is going on the screen. And the other part is you get to talk about things that maybe you would have done differently, perhaps if you were to have known a different technique, or if you were to be able to have a little bit better of a budget.
Yeah, definitely. You can also, see what your, to quote unquote, your competition is, to be able to see. It's a friendly competition. Be able to see what you're competing with out there. What other people are up to as far as filmmaking.
And the other thing, I want to jump right in there. One more thing about that, they were excited for each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't. In the whole 3 days, there was not one argument. Not one.
No.
I tell you what, it's easier to lose to somebody in a screenwriting competition or film awards when you know them. You know what I mean? When you're friends with them, it's cool. It's not a problem. It's only the ones that you don't know you get pissed off at. You're like, oh man, why that guy? Or that girl. So, it is what it is.
Well, like on the competition, even on the screenwriting, when I got notified that I got 3rd place for the comedy horror, I'm like, 3rd place? Well, I know how good this was. I mean, I was laughing hysterically, and everybody else was laughing. Whoever read the script was laughing hysterically.
So,
who got 1st and 2nd?
I want to read those screenplays. It makes you want to. I want to read that and see how good it is. It's got to be really good, I always like to, keep up on what's going on, and reading other people's screenplays, especially really good one. It keeps you motivated and gives you good constructive, feedback as far as what's good out there to compare your work to and to get better.
Was it when I saw that Saba got 2nd place for the same division that I was in? I was like, oh, okay, I lost to Saba.
Yeah, exactly. I came in 3rd place in the feature. We're talking about the Horror Hotel in Cleveland. I came 3rd place in the feature horror thriller category, and I believe Ryan LaPlante, the director of Holy Hell, he came in. Who's a really great screenwriter. He came in, I think, 1st place in that category. I'm like, and I've seen his stuff placed in competitions all over the place. So you're like, man, you just keep seeing the same names pop up all the time. You're like, well, I guess I'm in good company. I'm in good competition because these guys are really good screenwriters. So that's always fun.
You have to take the experience and allow yourself to be able to see what they've done and just enjoy the experience, number one, but number two, you're looking at it for technique because, you know, your screenplay writers, your special effects, your actors, you need to be able to see what else is out there. Why is it so important to not keep yourself trapped in your own little bubble? Why is it important to be able to get out and go do this?
Especially nowadays in 2016, you can't be like the shut-in screenwriter who doesn't talk to. I mean, you've got to be multifaceted. You got to be versatile. Even if you just want to be a screenwriter, you have to market yourself. You got to promote yourself. You got to get yourself out there.
Right.
Even if you have an agent or a manager, I mean, this, you know, the whole reclusive screenwriter thing just doesn't work anymore. You got to get yourself out there. You got to get your stuff known. And I would recommend, you know, I mean, screenwriting is my strong suit. I would say, you know, if someone had to pick, if someone told me to pick, you know, what lane to stay in, for me it would be screenwriting, definitely. It would be writing. But, you know, I like to direct. I'm not as great at directing as I am at writing, I think. And I'm always learning more and, you know, better ways to be a director, along with my co-director. But it's something that I work at. It's something I feel like I need to do because it keeps me versatile. It keeps me on my toes. It keeps me in the, you know, in the industry in a way that keeps me useful. You know, I had to learn how to do video editing myself too. It's not my favorite thing, but I've gotten better at it, and out of necessity because we didn't have money to hire an editor. So now I can do that too. So
all right,
you know,
so I want to stop you. I'm going to stop you there. Since we're on the topic of photo editing, what kind of programs are out there that you've been using that you find are helpful for someone who doesn't know how to do this?
Like
well,
me.
I've usually used Avid when I started out, but that's very expensive, and unless you have a really good rig to use Avid, that's more of a higher end kind of, you know, professional use. I used to use Final Cut Pro until they dumbed it down for the consumer version. So the latest one is just basically iMovie. So right now, I think what a lot of people use and what I use is Adobe Premiere to edit video, and it's pretty good. At first it was a little bit of not really a learning curve, but it was just kind of, you know, why do I have to learn another video editing software thing? So now I'm pretty good at Adobe Premiere, and it's a good product to use. I recommend it. So.
About how much is it?
About how much is it? Well, you can get it. What Adobe does now is they have this thing called the Creative Cloud. So you basically just subscribe to their service, and you just pick the applications that you want to use. So I think Adobe Premiere Creative Cloud is like $20 a month, and you get to store all your stuff in the cloud as well as on your computer and edit as what you want. I think they used to sell it for like the whole suite with all the programs used to be like $1,200. I mean,
Yeah,
it's very expensive. Yeah. So
Okay,
it's a little
and
cheaper.
you write screenplays.
Yes.
So I was sitting in on one of the seminars, and it was talking about how to produce a screenplay, how to keep. I'm getting an echo here.
Yes.
If you're watching this, if you're watching YouTube, something changed. Somebody pushed a button or something that they shouldn't have touched, because I shouldn't be hearing myself right now.
Uh-oh, I haven't touched anything.
If you're watching this on YouTube, if you've got it open anywhere on YouTube, close it.
Nope, not me.
Not me.
All right. I still hear me. I hate that.
Well, Nathan, are you like on speaker or something?
No.
Because it just started.
Oh, it just started. Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't touched anything, I promise.
All right. I guess I'm going to be hearing myself then.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and it's disruptive.
It is. It's annoying when you hear it, especially when you're on the phone and you get an echo. You're like, I don't want to hear myself.
And you almost sound like you're stuttering sometimes when you get that echo.
Now I have to rethink what the heck I was doing. All right, we were talking about screenplay, and it's gone. Thank you.
All right.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Screenplay, stuff that is helpful for a person to be able to keep track of what they're working on, and if they want to work in multiple venues, having people from different parts of the planet working on it.
Well, I mean, to be a screenwriter, you really don't need anything other than your brain. But I really feel like if you've got a creative mind and you're decent at some sort of writing, you can be a screenwriter. But for stuff to help you, I use Movie Magic Screenwriter as my software, but you don't really have to have it. People use Celtics just fine.
Yeah, that's what I use as Celtics.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the same. So as far as books are concerned, I started out reading a lot of books. So I know a lot of people like a book called Save the Cat. I never really got through the whole thing. Didn't really care for it. There's Sid Field is a really great screenwriter teacher. He's come out with several books that I really enjoyed. I thought he's very matter-of-fact, down-to-earth kind of teacher. A really good book I'd like to recommend for anyone out there is called Your Screenplay Sucks, and it's by a guy named William Akers, and that's one of the best ones because it tells you that your first draft, and this is true for pretty much everyone, your first draft is terrible. It just is. It's the kitchen sink draft where you put everything in you want to, or it's just not finished. And a lot of people think, well, I finished the screenplay, I'm done. No, now comes the hard part. You got to rewrite and do more and more drafts. Your first draft, you know, it might have some good stuff in there, but it's going to suck. It just is. That's just the way it is. So those books I recommend, and obviously if you want to get into something a little bit more heady, a little bit more complex, Robert McKee's Story is a really good book too. But that's like a college course in a book, like seriously, like in-depth stuff. But it's good if you want to like cherry pick some stuff out of the book. So that's the stuff I recommend to get yourself started.
All right, so there's my echo. Talk about some people that have been very helpful for you in the process of being a creative.
Someone very, very helpful. My partners, first and foremost, that I met at film school, they showed me that we can do this on our own, basically, and that we can just go out and just do stuff, just make a short film. We don't have to ask for somebody's permission. So they gave me the confidence. My co-writers and co-directors, co-producers, co-creators, Chad Farmer and Charles Hill. They're ridiculously creative. They're very intelligent, and they're a little bit crazy. They both are, especially Charles. They're crazy, but that's why I like them. That's why I like working with them. Is because, you know, the weirdos, they're the ones that get things done, and we're all weirdos. So they help me out a lot. They keep me going creatively. We always have weird Skype conversations about what about this, what about that. You know, Chad is the one who came up with PMS and late submission. He came up with the idea, and he just gives me the outline. He writes the first draft, and then I write the second draft, and we go back and forth. And usually when I get the first draft, it looks like, you know, evidence from a crime scene. Just like if anybody sees this, they're going to just be like...
Yeah, kind of like something like that?
Yeah, pretty much. They're just like, oh my God, I hope nobody sees this before I get to it, because it's going to be like a confession note for a real-life murder. It's just, he's crazy. And part of that, and it's not really funny, but he used to be an ambulance driver. He used to be an EMT, and he saw a lot of really gruesome stuff. And I'm not even going to repeat some of the stuff, but that was the basis for him becoming like a gorehound, like a horror movie gorehound, where he's just become desensitized to it, and he really likes the artistry of it. And he just comes up with some of the most lunatic, fringe, depraved stuff, and I just kind of have to refine it and just be like, all right, that's good, but now we have to not get arrested. So this is not going to be a snuff film. So I got to make it a little bit more palatable. But we work together as a team like that. So it's a lot of fun, though. He's crazy.
All right.
It almost sounds like... I'm sorry, Jackie. You're the host.
Where was it? Go ahead. You can go ahead. Go ahead with that.
Going back to what you were saying about like the teamwork and, you know, going back and forth, it kind of sounds like what happened with Twin Carnation. I started out like with 10, 15 pages, and went to a friend of mine who he absolutely hates horror because he finds it really dumb and stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I said, you know, what do you think of this? And he's like, well, you got some good elements, but let's take the supernatural factor out of it, and let's go more realistic. And he ended up being my co-writer for Twin Carnation.
Yeah, you know, I find when you write with a writing partner, it kind of centers you, because you'll come up with these crazy ideas, or they will, and you have someone else to go, whoa, 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 wait a minute. That part of the idea is good, but that part's dumb. We're not doing that, you know. And
Yeah.
you get like a good half and half kind of deal. That's why, you know, a lot of Hollywood, you know, successful Hollywood screenwriters are writing teams, because it's almost like a mini writer's room, is you have an ability to bounce each other back and forth as far as their ideas and whatnot. So, you know, I find myself writing screenplays with Chad, and I also find myself writing screenplays with Charles, who's more into the sci-fi fantasy kind of stuff, and we're actually working on a feature screenplay called Refuge, which is pretty. I'm pretty excited about it. It's basically about a dying alien race from the other side of the galaxy escapes their planet during an intergalactic war, and they barely make it to our planet and crash land on our planet, only to find that our planet is in the middle of the zombie apocalypse. And so they go from screwed to screwed, and they have to team up with a group of human survivors led by you know, an ex-fighter pilot, female, who's like a real tough leader, and they have to go up against evil mercenary scavengers, human scavengers, and also the zombies themselves, the hordes of undead, as well as a mercenary alien death squad who's been sent to finish the job. And it's a lot of fun. It's like pretty much every 80s and 90s sci-fi horror action blockbuster with all the best parts of those put into one big budget kind of movie, and we're working on that right now, and it's a lot of fun. But at the same time, you got to rein in all those ideas, because you have a writing partner and you have to put together a cohesive story instead of just a bunch of cool moments, which is what we've been struggling with right now. But it's coming along really well, and I can't wait for people to read it. So maybe that'll be hitting the film festivals next year, hopefully.
Oh, good.
So we'll see.
All right. I've got someone that I'm going to be bringing on, hopefully next. I forgot to add him into the other stuff, but I would like you to. Okay, all right, hang on.
Uh-oh.
What I want you to do is describe what your experience was, Nathan, of the horror hotel con that Saturday night, and what it was like to sit around with a bunch of creatives.
Well, I was basically mostly at my table. I did have a vendor table there. Our film production company is called Farmwick Hill Films, and you know, I was selling T-shirts and DVDs for all of our films and stuff. So I was basically at my table most of the weekend. I got to catch a couple short films, but it was just cool to see all the filmmakers come up, and we just, you know, kind of start a conversation organically. Some people bought some T-shirts, some people bought DVDs, and it's great to see people supporting independent film, and I met a lot of great people. I finally got to meet Ryan LaPlante from Holy Hell in person, who I had been talking to online for a little while. I met Doug again, who I met last year at Horror Hotel. I met Jeffrey Calhoun, who's a really great screenwriter.
Jeffrey Calhoun. I was
Yeah.
calling him something else.
Yeah, and I met Saba, who's a great guy. You know, I met Ryan LaPlante's parents, who were in Holy Hell, and they were really cool, really fun people. So I met a bunch of other filmmakers. Landon Knobloch, who's a film composer.
Landon, yes.
He won an award at Horror Hotel for composing. So I just met a whole great group of people, and I know I'm leaving people out. Nikki Harris, who is the director of Honeybee, which is one of the big award-winning films there. She was great, and it's great to see female directors in the horror genre. We need more of them. So that was awesome.
Debbie Rochon, Model Hunger.
Debbie Rochon, who I had seen her film Model Hunger at Crimson Screen in South Carolina last year. And she's a great person, and it was a really good film. So, yeah, just all kinds of people. It's just fun to see who's going to be out at these festivals, because you never know, and you never know.
I got the opportunity to spend a good amount of quality time with Debbie Rochon, and I love her personality. She's got a very amazing ability to express herself in such a dynamic way, and that comes from her acting background and all of that really cool stuff. All right, so now we're at the point where I'm switching gears on this show. I was supposed to have another film person, but I wasn't able to bring her on. So I'm bringing a gentleman on that I started talking with about I guess 3 years ago, somewhere in that, early on in the creation of Zombiepalooza Radio. And he is going to be talking about Second Amendment rights. He's going to be talking about some stuff that happened over the past week, and they may or may not be a topic that you want to listen in on. If you want to, I can bring you back for the last segment, but I'm going to go over to Jon. If you want to hang around, make sure that you mute your mics, and it's going to be for about a half an hour.
Okay, well, I'm going to get going. I got a hungry baby, so I got to get out of here.
Thank you. Then I want to say thank you very much for having you come on to the show for your very first time. Appreciate you doing that, and I look forward to being able to bring you on again.
I'd love to come back again. You're great, Jackie, and it was great to see you again, Doug.
Great to see you again, Nathan. Hope to see each other on Facebook or Twitter or whatever.
For sure, yeah. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you.
Yep.
See ya. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
All right, see you later.
All right, yep, go ahead up at the top, and there he goes. Okay, so Doug, go ahead and mute your mic, please.
I'm going to actually pull out my microphone.
Okay.
All right?
All right. You can't do that. You have to go all the way out.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Just go ahead and click out, and I'll bring you back for the last segment.
Okay.
All right, see you in a bit. Well, hello.
Well, hello.
How are you?
Tired and cranky.
I know, right? Me too. Tired and cranky. All right, so we have Jon Briton with us. He is the creative behind Cold Dead Hands, and we're going to take about 28 minutes or so, and we're going to talk about some very emotionally hot topics that are going on in the world today. If you are sensitive to the issues that have been on the news as of late, you might want to walk away for about a half an hour. But we're going to go on right now with Jon Briton. So go ahead, Jon, and tell our listeners who you are and what you do and what's behind Cold Dead Hands.
Well, my name is Jon Briton, and most people call me Double Tap. And I got my start in zombies, obviously, which is how we met Jackie. And, you know, a buddy of mine started a Facebook page called Cold Dead Hands. Obviously, from the NRA speech given by Charlton Heston, you know, you can have my guns when you prime from my cold dead hands. And that Facebook page grew into a grassroots advocacy, you know, and we fight for basically constitutional rights. Not just on guns, but on all of the constitutional rights that are being trampled by our government, for lack of a better word. And I do a lot of writing for them. I'm a co-founder of Cold Dead Hands advocacy group, and that's pretty much me in a nutshell.
What was going on in your life at the point when you decided to be more active with this particular organization,
Well, at the time, you know, I was doing a lot of writing and things on the zombie themed, you know, subculture. And of course, guns have always been a part of my life. I'm a born and bred Texan. So, you know, that just kind of goes with the territory down here. And, you know, I had started following Cold Dead Hands, and I had actually started my own page, kind of a rant page, just where I could rant on different topics. And I had written a little article or a little rant about gun control, and Patrick James, the founder of Cold Dead Hands, I posted it on the CDH page, and he contacted me and said, dude, you want to come write for me? And, you know, together, like I said, we founded the advocacy group. Both he and I went down to Austin and testified before the Senate when they were having the hearings on open carry and campus carry here in Texas. And we've tried to help educate others, you know, not only on the founding principles of, you know, the right to bear arms and other things, but also the history and actual facts that, you know, the mainstream media and other advocates tend to overlook or completely ignore.
We have had a lot of really strong situations within the last couple of weeks, but even at the beginning of this year, I mean, it seems as though people are coming unglued at the seams. Some of what you're trying to do is educate so that they understand. I mean, if they're angry, they should learn what they're angry about and what they can do positively to be able to help themselves and their families.
I mean, what we do, we take a different approach than most advocacy groups. We're not out there to speak for people. We're out there to educate people so that they can speak for themselves. And, I often say it's kind of ironic that we live in the information age and people are more misinformed, I think, than ever before.
Mm-hmm. What are some of the things that have been coming to your attention over the past 3 or 4 days that you find either comforting or disturbing?
I have to be honest, I haven't found much comfort here recently. And on the disturbing side, of course, you've got the two police-involved shootings that have sparked protests, which culminated last night right here in Dallas with a sniper opening fire and killing 5 police officers who were providing security for the protest rally in Dallas. And as a matter of fact, I just posted an article on our blog page, basically lessons learned from the Dallas protest shooting. And it goes much deeper than just a black-white issue, good cop, bad cop issue. There's economic issues involved. There's political policy and law issues involved. It's a very deep subject that is just being superficially covered by, the Black Lives Matter movement and superficially covered by the media and politicians. And, it's a very deep and complicated issue that people have to actually delve into to understand what's going on. But in this modern social network age, very few people look beyond the headlines or the memes. And so they get their information in 140 characters or less on Twitter. Yeah.
And what is happening is a lot of misinformation going around and not enough clarification of what is really happening and what is not. Now, some of these situations, the authorities really can't go and say, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, and this is how long it's going to be, and all of that, because that would be giving people that would be able to listen to that more information than they should have. So we go and we have a lot of people that are speculating about what is really going on. And there are so many people too that feel that it's their right to know everything that is happening, when often getting that information out like that would be more dangerous than anything else.
Well, and not only that, these 2 police officer involved shootings are a prime example. The first one in Baton Rouge, the first video that came out, it looked horrible. And anybody watching it would be justifiably outraged. And just recently, a second video came out from a different angle that shows a little bit more. And when you actually look into the story, you find out that the gentleman involved has a long history with the police and breaking the law. He was a supporter of the Black Lives Matter movement and the new Black Panthers, and he personally had advocated for killing white people and cops. This was not just an unarmed black man shot by a white cop. And actually, he was armed. He had a gun on him at the time. That's what they were responding to, was a report of a man with a gun.
Right.
So, but when you just look at the video, it looks horrible.
Yes.
And people who are just superficially, scanning their news feed and see the video, they see 2 white cops on top of a black man on the ground, and then they shoot him. And that's all they see. That's all they care to see. That's all the information they're interested in processing. So it not only is it some information our government can't give us for security reasons, but there's too many people who are not interested in any more information than just what scrolls through their news feed. And when protests are organized as a result of this superficial one look, you know, it's a lot of emotion without information, and it's basically just a lot of noise and distraction that's getting people killed.
What kind of things are you finding on your page, Cold Dead Hands, within the last couple of days that that people are asking about, or are they just trying to find a place where they can feel community?
A little bit of both. I mean, you're getting a lot of, heartfelt, people caring about what happened to the police officers in Dallas. You get a lot of heartfelt people, speaking out about the two gentlemen that got shot by the police. And you also have a lot of anger. There was a time when law enforcement was respected. People raised their kids, and if you ever have a problem, find a cop. Well, that attitude has changed dramatically, and I think largely due to social media and out of context videos like we're talking about now. But people just automatically get paranoid when they see a cop. I mean, you could just be driving 5 or 10 miles over the speed limit because you're late for work, and you see the red and blue lights behind you. You don't think, oh, thank God it's the police, I might have killed somebody. No,
Right.
You get pissed off. And a lot of cities and municipalities are using the police and their ticketing power to generate income for the cities and
Right.
municipalities. So I mean, there's a lot of governmental abuse. Don't get me wrong, there is racism in this country. Racism, although, is the least of our worries. You have poverty, you have people who resort to crime and drugs and things like that because of the poverty. Those areas, which are unfortunately predominantly minority, get the focus of the police attention. So they have more involvement with police. They're convicted more often. They have more interactions with police altogether. So they get shot by police disproportionately.
Right.
Although, white people get killed by police by a factor of about 2.5 to 1 over black people. But
that right there, I was doing some research last year about the statistics because I started getting really fed up with just hearing how just one-sided one opinion, and I'm like looking at this and I'm like, have you seen the real stats? I mean, this is not a wipeout of a particular race. This is ridiculous.
well, and I mean, there are some racial components. I mean, granted, there are more white people in America than there are black people. So there's going to be more white people that interact with and get shot by police than there are black people. But
Right.
roughly about 30% of the people shot by police are black, and blacks only account for about 13% of the population. Now, just based on that statistic, people will say, well, 30% of the people shot are black, but they're only 13% of the population. It's because all the cops are racist. That's not true, because roughly 30% of calls that come into 911, when they describe the perpetrator, 30% of the time it's a black man. So you've got 30% of the reported assailants as black people. Roughly 30% of the people who are shot by cops are black people. Black people have an extraordinary high level of interaction with police simply because of the neighborhoods that they live in, the economic conditions that they live in, the choices that they make. That's always a factor too that people don't want to recognize. But
Yeah.
you also have a community of people that are predominantly single mothers. You don't have fathers in the picture. You have educational issues. So there's a lot of factors that tie into it beyond just the color of the person getting shot and the color of the cop doing the shooting.
Do you talk about these particular issues on your pages?
Oh yeah, we delve into this all the time. I mean, ever since the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement in Ferguson, we followed the story because, it relates to shootings, officer involved shootings, things of that nature. So pretty much anything gun related, we're following it somehow. But we look at it beyond just the guns that are involved. We look at the other things that are involved, like the conditions of the communities, and things like that. So
how do the people, when you put posts that are like that up, how do people generally respond? Are they interested in what is being put before them, or are they like, well, that's just a side issue, and what's really more important is that they're taking my guns?
a little bit of both. I mean, there's a lot of people who just react, like I said, to the headline or to the meme itself without giving it any deeper thought. And, there's the people who are so set in their own mindset that they're not even open to listening to anything other than what they believe already.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you right there. There are a number of people on Facebook. They have a particular amount of people on their pages and all that, and a lot of times they're very small numbers compared to the number that you're going to tell people on your Cold Dead Hands page. What I'm getting at here is that you're not talking about just a small group of people and either they're agreeing or they're not agreeing. How many people are on this page?
Almost 1.25 million followers on Cold Dead Hands Facebook page.
All right, folks, 1.25 million people, not just like my poor page has got less than 2,000. It's a broad scope of people. When you get I go a lot about the law of large numbers. In the law of large numbers, about 10% of the group or the numbers themselves, they're assholes. They're going to be, and they're in every single group. You cannot get rid of them. It is just the way it is. But that other 90% is on this page, and it's on this page because they are actively participating, they are actively involved, and they're very concerned about what is happening to our Constitution as it is being stripped away. People just do not understand how many of our rights that we should have had from birth are now non-existent.
And one of the other unique characteristics of how we run our page, a lot of pages out there, especially the anti-gun pages and the more liberal leaning pages, have a tendency to just automatically ban any dissenting opinion.
Right.
We very rarely invoke the ban hammer. We welcome even the trolls sometimes, because just having a conversation with a troll can be educational to other people who are reading the thread. I go out of my way to engage people with differing opinions, and I present my case, and I'm usually met with a lot of propaganda and rhetoric and emotion and little in the way of facts or substantiation, but I still put the effort into it to try to make an argument that anybody can relate to. And I may not convince the person that I'm talking to, but somebody else reading through that comment thread has the opportunity to see both sides of the conversation and judge accordingly. So that's brought us a lot of negative attention by not banning the trolls and things like that, and actually got us shut down for a little while. But I think in the end, it's a better educational opportunity when you have the dialogue back and forth than just preaching to the choir.
It's something that I do on my page, on my main wall page, not on the radio show page. I post things that I find on the social media feeds. Not all things that I post do I agree, but I'm posting them because these are things that are being found, and I put them up to be able to spark conversation or some kind of an emotion. I want to see what the people are glued into, what pisses them off, what they are accepting, and it is a really interesting social dynamic of what's going on in this small thing we call Facebook.
And it's interesting because not all of the people that I get into rather heated debates with are anti-gun trolls. A lot of people that I get into some very animated debates with are actual gun owners, but they're what we call butters. They support the Second Amendment, and they'll bring in we need common sense regulations, we need background checks, we need licenses and permits and testing and yada. And we'll make the arguments back and forth. Now, personally, I am a constitutionalist. I believe the Second Amendment means what it says. We the people have the right to keep and bear arms, and it shall not be infringed, period. End of discussion. I subscribe to the Robert Heinlein adage, an armed society is a polite society.
Yes.
When you have to back up your words and actions, possibly with your life, you're going to be more accommodating, polite, and I think roughly 40% of the United States now has unlicensed open carry. None of those states have turned into the Wild West. People aren't shooting each other over parking spaces.
No, we're not. In Ohio, it's open carry. We're not doing that.
But people still make that argument. If you don't have background checks, or you don't have licensing, or you don't have this or that other common sense regulation, it's going to turn into the Wild West.
But John, they think that those pieces of paper are going to stop the situation. Here's the problem with that: these people that are intent on doing bad things don't give a damn about the paperwork. They're going to go do whatever they're going to go do.
Exactly. I mean, and I make the argument all the time. You can pass a law making it illegal for a criminal, an ex-felon, or whatever to own a gun, but by definition, criminals don't follow laws.
No.
Yeah.
They just don't.
Gun-free zone signs don't make terrorists and crazy people leave their guns in the car when they come in.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing with domestic violence. If you go out and you get a piece of paper that says that this person is supposed to abstain from anywhere near you, and some people think, oh, well, I have this writ that says, hey, this is not going to happen. Well, you know what? That person, male or female, because they go both sides, will go in there and they will do what they want. And what will end up happening is either A, you will lose your life, like a situation one of my children went through a few nights ago. The woman told the man to leave. He walked out. He went to the garage. He got some stuff. He also got a loaded gun. He came in right in front of an 11-year-old child. He shot the woman. And a little bit later, he goes out someplace and shoots himself.
Well, I also tell people that, being a gun owner is not some kind of magical talisman that's going to keep you safe.
No.
I mean, just the shooting in Dallas just last night is proof of that. I mean, you've got armed officers who were killed by a sniper hiding and shooting from a hidden space. Just being armed is not going to stop that.
No.
Just being armed is not going to stop a crazy person from shooting you. Now, it gives you a fighting chance. There are determined criminals who are so brazen that, they don't care if you're armed or not.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, most human interactions that go bad can be stopped and defused if the person who's being attacked or whatever is armed.
Yes.
Most common criminals are not going to try to mug somebody who's got a .357 strapped openly on his hip. So it's not the end all be all to make everybody safer, but if everybody's armed, criminals have fewer victims to choose from, and they might actually have to go get a job for a living.
All right, I'm going to ask you. There's a lot of questions I could ask you. I want to know what you would want to tell someone who is just really scared and doesn't know which way to turn.
Well, if you're scared of guns?
Well, if you're just scared in general because of the situation that's going on out in the world, that we see on television, and scared, yeah, maybe of actually going out in the process of getting a gun and all that. What would you tell them?
Well, first of all, this is supposedly a free nation. We're supposedly a free people. And unfortunately, freedom is sometimes scary, messy, offensive, and dangerous. That goes hand in hand with being free. I mean, if you want to feel safe, go get you a prison cell. You have armed guards watching you all day long. You got your 3 hots and a cot. You're living behind bars where nobody can get to you. I mean, you want to feel safe, go to prison. But if you want to be free, there's a certain danger and risk that goes with that. And sometimes you're going to get hurt. Sometimes you're going to get your feelings hurt. And sometimes you just have to face those fears and get on with your life and protect yourself the best way you can.
All right, we're at the 11:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We would like you to, as soon as you can click back on again, give us your link for Cold Dead Hands, and if you have it a YouTube or anything like that, go ahead and put that out there.
Oh yeah, it's Facebook/Cold Dead Hands, and that's our main page. We're also on YouTube under Cold Dead Hands 1. We're on Instagram at Cold Dead Hands with a Z at the end. And we're also on Twitter at Cold Dead Hands 1. So we're all over the place on social media. But Facebook is our main gig. That's where we get most of our interaction because, face it, Facebook is the big thing. But we also have our own website, which is CDH, as in Cold Dead Hands, 2A, as in Second Amendment.com, CDH2A.com. And if you go to CDH2A.com, you'll see my latest article, Lessons Learned from the Dallas Protest Shooting. So
I have, John and I kind of go back a few years, and I've got a deep respect for this man. Although we don't always agree on all issues, it is always a pleasure to have him part of the show and to hear what he's up to. 1.2 million people cannot be wrong. Get on Cold Dead Hands and check out some very legitimate conversation about the Constitution and what you can do to be able to protect you and your family and those that you care about.
Thanks, Jackie.
You're welcome. I'll talk to you later. Go ahead up at the top. You can click on the red call thingy and or X out of where you're at. And I'm going to go on to my last segment, half hour with Keith Munden. And give me 1 second to get over there to get him. Go ahead and the link. We're going to go back to film for this last segment. We're going to have him for a half hour, maybe actually 40 minutes or so, depending on what he can give us. And my headset having all kinds of issues. One of my kids took a screw out of my headset. I'm going to kill him. It's kind of important to have that thing kind of working right and not being like all over the place, bulky as it is. But and it's also a replacement headset because one of the lovelies that is in the house and shall not be named had an interesting time with the actual headphones where you stick and all that. Yeah, took it apart. Where is that coming from? Is your house haunted or something like that? I'm getting like this horrible sound wave that comes in and out.
No, I don't think it's haunted.
So when you actually go to listen to this segment here, you'll hear what the sound is. It's quite interesting, but you're not hearing it from your side?
No, all I'm hearing is you.
All right, we want to find out who you are and what you do. So, Keith Munden, tell us what you do.
I'm a 39-year-old low/no budget movie maker. I've been involved in the film industry since 1994. Well, the indie film industry. I started acting, and then I always wanted to make movies, so I finally decided in 2002 to just start doing it, and I've been doing it ever since. And I've made 24, 25 movies.
What has been your most challenging aspect as a film creative?
Probably getting reliable people, considering I'm working on very low to no budget, and paying people, and yeah, that's been the biggest thing, is getting people.
So how do you go to populate your list for bringing in people for your film work?
I end up basically using a lot of the same regulars, basically the same people that kind of show up over and over again. They kind of get the pick of the better parts, and then I try to bring in new people. Setting up at like a horror hotel and indie gathering the last few years has been a big help in getting some new faces involved. In fact, that's how I met Doug Kaufman, which is how I ended up on this show. Was because he's a great guy, and we were talking and want to do some stuff together. I know he's just starting out doing the movie thing. He wants to make that zombie strain, which sounds pretty awesome. And I hope all the best for him. It's hard to do. It's very hard to do.
So, for you, creating in film, is this something that you do only as a hobby, or is this something that you're 100% invested in and you find ways to be able to make money? Do you have a day job? How does all of this work for you?
It's basically a hobby that I want to make into my career. I do have a day job, and I've always kept a day job. And you kind of have to do that because, it's very hard being a low-budget filmmaker. I mean, you're competing against so many other, films being out there. You basically have to climb and climb and climb, and then hopefully get to a point where people start knowing who you are, knowing your stuff, and then you can kind of really build on that. And I'm just now getting to that level where people are like, oh, the Reaper Saga, or oh, Harvest of Blood, and yeah, now I get to build off of that finally,
How many?
It took quite a few years to get there.
How many years has it taken you to get to that point where they start to recognize and get the film with the person that is responsible for it?
14 years.
All right.
14 years. And really, it's only happened in the last few.
So my point is, I've been doing the show. It'll go 4 years in October. Okay. And for most of that time, I've done this and just kind of I get to a certain point and I'm like, okay, yeah, I've gotten this accomplished and this is great. And I'm starting to meet people higher up on the rank, and we're getting some bigger names, and then changing logos and getting things more streamlined so that once you go to put it out there that it could be done well and it looks good and all of that. But every once in a while you get to a point where you think that you've done all you can do, and if you have to think about it one more second, you're going to pop your head up and explode. For me, I'm very I'm very loud, and so if I'm having a good day, I'm having a really bad day. Is that like that? I mean, because 14 years, that's a crazy amount of time doing this. There's got to be some ebbs and flows in it for you.
Oh, absolutely. And I often tell people, you have to love it, because sometimes you're really going to hate it. You know, there's going to be times where, and there's been several times where I'm just like, you know, screw it, I'm done. You know, I'm not making another movie. And you know, I mean, luckily those haven't been that frequent in the last few years. But I mean, there's definitely been those moments where real life just kind of starts compounding on you, and it's like, okay, should I really be worried about this no budget movie? But you know,
Right.
you have to love it once again.
So what do you do? And this is kind of like training for people that are in indie film and they've been doing it for a little while. What do you do to be able to help yourself move from that point and get back going again and being productive again?
Basically, it's just trying to keep a positive state of mind. Surrounding yourself with people that are positive also, and can kind of let you know that what you're doing, there's something behind it. There's, you know, there's a spark there at least. And I like to think that, you know, even with the flaws of my movies, and I'm not going to say there aren't any, but the concepts, I think, a lot of times are pretty solid. And I think that's the goal, is the budget where the concept is. Ooh. Hi.
You came in and you snuck in the back door. And I gotta remember,
like, what the hell?
You know, if yeah, look at that. He's been wanting to talk with you, and what I'm gonna have you do though is I'm gonna have you mute your mic while we do this a little bit, and then I'll bring you on and let you talk with him. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So you're gonna go up. No, not well. Here, watch what you can do. You go up to the top of the screen, and you see where that microphone is?
Yeah, okay.
You click on it and mute it that way. All right, thank you. Okay, so, and because we got some weird feedback on the segment that I had with him and the other guy, and I want to make sure everything is clear. So, where were we before we were interestingly opened up with the back door?
Basically, yeah, trying to keep a positive state of mind and not let the crushing realities of your real life interfere on your fantasy life. Basically.
All right, so when you're in a project and you've already got your staff and you're ready to roll, what kinds of things, when you go into work mode, what kinds of things do you do that you know work for you? Give us some clues as to what it's like to be you when you're on a working project.
As I've went along, I've found that it's really best to have every single contingency taken care of. I mean, you have to basically have a plan A, B, C, D. I mean, because people, you know, when you're not paying them, you're kind of relying that they're going to show up, or they're going to show up on time. And you got to be willing to be like, okay, this person's going to be an hour or two late. I'm going to go around and get a bunch of extra footage. I had to do that on Infected, which is the one I'm editing right now, where the lead actress, because of stuff with her kid, showed up like an hour or two late, and then took the kid home, and you know, was an hour or so coming back from that. So I had to basically, you know, okay, I'm going to go shoot a bunch of extra footage while, you know, instead of just kind of sitting around gabbing and hoo-hawing, you know, I can get some really creepy shots of this cabin, and you go into the cabin. We were filming at Lime Village in Bellevue, which was an authentic cabin. Like, it had all the stuff, so I'm getting all these little close-up shots of things, you know. I mean, most of it I might not use, but in case you need, like, a really creepy shot of something for a cutaway, which always get cutaways, I mean, you can do that. I mean, so it's just basically always doing stuff, always getting footage, or you know, working your plan out there.
Who is going and doing the lighting and the coloring for your film?
Well, a lot of it is self-lighting, and a lot of it is self-coloring. I'm most of the time the one editing the movie, so I'm the one going in and post-production and adjusting the colors or whatever, or so yeah, me basically.
All right. So, what kind of do you have any particular tools that you have found useful to be able to do that? Being indie, we know that you don't have deep pockets, and so since that's the case, what kinds of things have you found useful to be able to help you with this?
As for lighting, I mean, basically, you try to get as much light as you can, even if you got to use like lamps or various other light sources to try to, especially in the age of high def, because everything looks so dark.
Not really where I was trying to go here. What
okay,
I'm talking about, follow the bouncing ball. We're talking about editing right now.
Oh, editing. Okay.
I want you to tell me, because this is part of what you do, and that damn noise again. And it's actually coming from my side. I don't know what the heck where it's coming from, but it's on my side. I just saw that. All right, so you're doing editing. I want you to be able to tell me what kind of programs you're using for the editing process and things of that sort. So go.
For the most part, I use Pinnacle because it's very user-friendly. Which I like that. And then if I need to do something that I can't do on Pinnacle, I do have Adobe Premiere, which I use for like doing certain special effects and stuff like that. Like I had to use quite a bit of that when I was doing Reaper's Revenge, because we have a very comic bookish battle between, Fruza McClay, who's like this witch, and the Reaper, who's like our Jason / Freddy / slasher killer. So I really wanted a lot of like energy, stuff hitting them and stuff like that. So I and a friend of mine who had to kind of help with that had to really use Adobe Premiere to amp that up and make it look as good as it could look for no budget, basically.
Right. All right. So what are some of the more interesting obstacles that you thought you weren't going to be able to do, but you ended up being able to?
Well, once again, I mean, we've got to go back to Reaper's Revenge. The stuff with the portal, the Reaper comes back to a portal, and a lot of the very comic bookish type of stuff. I'll be honest with you, I'm not like super knowledgeable about green screen editing yet. I mean, I'm kind of learning as I go because I'm used to shooting like practical, like everything's practical. So that's been a new world that I've really been trying to discover, and how to light it properly and how to use Adobe Premiere to make it look halfway decent.
To be able to let me see. I know. How about the subject of consistency and making sure I really wish I knew where that was coming from. Continuity is really big for large films, but it is also very important for indie films. And if you are serious about what you're trying to do and want it to go into indie film shows or conventions and things of that sort, it's really super important. So what do you do when you have a project going and certain people drop out and you have now a continuity problem? How do you fix it?
Well, if it's fixable, I try to basically replace them, and if need be, reshoot what I shot. In the case, I mean, sometimes it's unavoidable. We were shooting Harvest of Blood, and we had the young child, Cordell. We shot some scenes with him earlier where he had a full head of hair, and the parents went and got his hair cut in between the... Yeah, I know. And what can you say in that aspect? You're not paying anybody, so we basically had to, like, for the one shot, I had to, like, have him, like, covered up with a blanket or running by real fast, so we didn't really kind of notice it. So that's when you basically have to use editing to try to cover over
All right,
use
so
of cutaways, and
we're going to use this as a PSA for people who are actors in indie films. What do they need to know? What are some of the things that they need to know to not do while the film is in production?
Well, get your kid's haircut, midway through the movie, or change your hairstyle, or totally do something, that's really going to be jarringly noticeable, especially when your scenes are in between, like they're supposed to take place one after the other. I mean, it's a different deal if it's like, a few days later in a continuity,
Right.
then you can get
Right.
away with it. You can say,
Right.
oh, okay, they got their hair cut, they did this, but yeah, I mean, but once again, I mean, when you're not paying people, you kind of just have to roll with the punches the best you can, and go with it,
Yeah, one of my stars, Brian
Hi.
Temple. Hi. One of my stars, Brian Temple. He's on me, like, get this done. I want to get my hair cut. I want to get my hair cut.
Okay.
I would hate to start shooting.
I'm going to shoot
Now.
I'm going to shoot somebody now.
Oh.
Okay. So I'm going to bring you and your Rick on at 12:30.
Oh.
So mute that mic.
Yep. I just wanted to jump that in just real quick because he was talking about the hair and it just reminded me about Brian.
Hit your microphone at the top of the page before I go through the screen and just kind of lose my mind on you. I love you to death. I think you're great, but I just want to do it this way. Besides, I'm the producer, damn it. All right, so as we were again jarred into reality, I would like to know, Keith, what are some of the things that you look for? Do you have like a checklist or something like that that you go through when you're creating a film to make sure that you have everything in place first, or is it something that you just instinctively know and it's in your head? How do you go about keeping track of different scenes? And because people do not shoot films in the exact format always, and that's not the word I wanted, but the scenes are not always one right after the other, and that's the way they go. Sometimes you got a better lighting for a particular scene. You do that, all of that. So how do you keep all that straight?
Oh man, well, when it comes to like getting things, yes, I do a checklist, absolutely. When it comes to shooting scenes, honestly, it really helps to be an editor too, because you can see in your mind, okay, I can cut this here, and I can shoot this and cut this in here, and it really helps. Like, I feel bad for those that film movies and don't have like any experience with the editing, because then you're kind of leaving it up to fate. Whereas at least when you're editing, okay, well, I can put this shot in here and it'll cut to this, and you're always in your mind. The more you do it, you start assembling the movie as you're filming it, basically.
And then after you've got the pieces that you need, is that when you start thinking about the soundtrack, or are you already thinking about the soundtrack in your head as you're piecing this thing together?
Well, I mean, it really depends. I mean, I recently have been making like 2 different versions of the movies, because I know that you're not gonna be able to distribute it if you have like songs that you like actually on there, and it's really too bad, because I a lot of times like write scenes in my mind set to different music, because I love music. I'll be on the radio like, this would make a great opening scene for a movie, or this would make a great end credit, lead-in for a movie. So in that case, yes, the soundtrack is very much there. But when it comes to having to look for original stuff, I basically have to assemble the movie then go through like, what original music, I have and what's going to fit. Now, luckily, in some cases, the original music is actually better than what you were going to use, with the music you weren't supposed to use.
All right, talk to me about how you find original music. What kind of places do you go, or do you have someone that you know that actually makes the music?
In some cases, both. A lot of times, one of our crew members, Rick Davis, he kind of hooked me up with a few different people that did some great original music. F. Scott Kroll, Chris Vasquez, who's in the band Demon Boy, who does a very kind of...
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And Tiffany Upon, I use some of her music in Reaper's Revenge, and it's just like, man, this fits great. This actually fits better than what I was going to use.
That's cool. All right, so when you find stuff like that, that's almost like finding an Easter egg.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a mixed bag. Some of it fits, some of it doesn't.
So when you go and do you also block out your scenes when you go to make films? You do all of that kind of thing, and what is the process? Describe blocking out a scene for someone who doesn't understand that yet.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, with kind of gunning it, you don't get to block it out as much as you would like. The one I probably got to do that with the best was TikTok, and that's because I had the whole run of the place and could really, take the time to get what I want, and like shot-wise, like set the shots up properly, versus when you're there, you got to hurry up and get it done, and you're basically just go. Okay, we're gone. I mean, that's not that I would recommend that guerrilla style shooting for a lot of people because it can run into some problems.
Yeah, it can.
And it has, but sometimes you have no choice. It's better to kind of do it and say you're sorry later than ask permission.
Or go, I didn't really know that this is how that was not supposed to happen, and all of that thing there. In what city do you live in?
Currently Sandusky, but in a couple weeks it'll be Columbus.
So talk to us a little bit about the indie film access, or what is the word? Is there a group over there in Sandusky that does indie film? And if so, what is it? And if not, is that one of the reasons why you're going to Columbus?
There's a few scattered people that are doing it in Sandusky, but there's not as much as you would think of like an indie film scene. Like most of it's up near where you are, or up down in Columbus, or in Toledo. I mean, and it kind of gravitates over towards us sometimes. But there was one, in the late 80s, 90s, Blade, which I started out as an actor in, but they were done by 97, and then I kind of picked up the torch in 02, and, we've been kind of the longest running one there for a while. But, occasionally I'll see people doing movies in Sandusky, but it's not as much as you think.
So when you're going to Columbus, is that more of a more well-rounded area for film work?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a huge film scene there, and I've been in Columbus once before, and I almost, if things wouldn't have fell through that time, I had a movie I was ready to go on. It was something very different from what I normally do. It was kind of a Russ Myers, Ed Wood homage type of movie. It's called Teenage Hellcats, and I was so gung-ho about doing it because it was something so different, and it didn't end up working out, and I guess everything happens for a reason, because I ended up back in Sandusky and was kind of able to make more movies with the people here and kind of build my confidence level up to where this time, I'm ready to, I'm a lot smarter than I was then and more knowledgeable.
Well, guess what is going to be happening in a city called Youngstown?
Mm.
They are building a actual film studio. The whole big, it's 680 acres of
Nice.
of film awesomeness. Once they get it done, it's going to employ a lot of people. It's going to also be very helpful for the creatives that are out around in this area. And so we're really excited about having that happen. All right, so I am finally going to allow Doug to turn his mic on, and I'm going to go over to get Rick Jermain, who's also been wanting to get in on this. So while I'm doing that, you guys can have a little chat, and I'll pretend I don't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Keith.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Oh, excellent, excellent, dude. Excellent.
You see behind me the black box and Mr. Boo over here.
Oh, Mr. Boo, yes.
Let me, yeah,
Yes.
Rico made this.
That's awesome.
Yeah. He also made the black box.
Oh, yeah.
He made miniature black boxes for Christmas for everybody.
Oh, that was sweet. Rico,
Yeah.
we love you.
Oh yeah. And then last but not least, the Reaper over here.
Yeah,
This is a
I still gotta see that.
yeah, this is a repainted Leatherface because he likes to custom make figures. So yeah.
So who did that? Who did that?
That is Richard Bottier, aka Rico, my pretty much lead actor, and somebody who's just as crazy about making movies as I am. He's been acting since 1990.
That's awesome. All right,
Yeah.
I did send for Rick, and he has the link and all that, but I don't see him here, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe he went to bed.
No, seriously, he sounded really psyched that you wanted to crash this party.
All right, well, I sent him the link. If you want to go and message him again and see if he's somewhere out there, then go ahead and do that. All right, so we've got.
Oh, I see somebody.
Speak of the devil, he's here.
I never go to bed.
Yes. Hey, Rick.
Hey kids, how's it going?
Excellent,
going?
excellent. Yeah, just for a second, Keith, I gotta, since I know Rico makes dolls, I want him to make a set for Zombie Strain here.
You know what? I mean, he probably would do it. I mean, if you get him certain figures for him to paint and customize and stuff, he really gets into doing that.
Good.
Like he
good.
even did ones for the Blade stuff, the Wimp and Witch Face and all that. He made figures for that too.
Oh, beautiful. You guys are being more awesome by every second.
That's cool. And you see, this is the kind of stuff that comes out of indie community.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came from, but okay. Yeah, Ghost in the Machine. All right, Rick, so you're here. What would you like to say to Kevin or Keith?
Oh, I just thought it was fun that he was suddenly crashing the party. So I was just kind of like, hey, I should crash the party too. You guys are having fun.
Well, I wanted to crash the party with Keith. Now you got me saying Kevin.
See, it's infectious. Zombiepalooza Radio Live, it's infectious. That's our,
Yes, it is.
That's our thing there. So, all right. Since we have this really cool panel here of creatives, what I'd like to ask you is, what kinds of things do you find? Well, how do I want to do this? Okay, so I was going to say challenging, but we all know about what the challenges are. What are the things that actually work? That when you go and you get a group of people that are like-minded, what kinds of things come out of that?
Oh, I can answer that.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you can get a bunch of people that are like-minded and everybody's very gung-ho and just willing to do whatever it takes. I think when Mel was on earlier, she was talking about the greatest thing you could do is show up. Be be reliable and be on set, and don't be there, complaining about every little thing, like she was saying. Oh, we all know it's hot. Yeah, absolutely. We don't have to worry about that, and we'll do things to try to alleviate it. But yeah, when everybody's there and they have the same goal, it's amazing. It's really, really, really fun.
What kind of inspiration have you gotten from this group of people here? I know that you're talking about some things that you're working on, some ideas. How does that work?
Just by talking to one another, you start coming up with some crazy ideas, and you're like, oh yeah, that sounds cool. Oh yeah, you get everybody jumping in, and it's like, wouldn't it be cool if this was added? I mean, you experienced it over at Horror Hotel on Saturday night when we were sitting in the lobby, and there was a screen reading of one, I think it was Jeffrey's scripts. And they're saying, oh, Saba would make an excellent crack addict, with that French accent that he's got. Everybody loves him. He's like, oh yeah, he would make an excellent this. And oh, wouldn't it be nice if this was added? Yes, let's do this.
It creates. I would tell you this. After I got out of that, and the next day, when
we were recovering.
When it took me 3 days, but I was going like, one interview after that. I had people going, hey, wait a minute, over there. I'm like, I got it. I'm sorry. I'll get it when I can. So now I'm trying to pick up the stuff that I wasn't able to do there. But I went to a grocery store the next day. I didn't realize there were so many colors in the world.
And how painful they can be.
I had a panic attack. I had a freaking panic attack in a big, chain store, and I'm like, I couldn't handle all of the colors, all of the information, all of the talking, all of that. It was like, oh my God, this is like my life real here. That experience of going to that convention, it really is very cloistered, and you're in there, and especially if you hang out in the hotel, you don't see what's going on. You don't watch television. I mean, they had a TV in the lobby, but and then coming out and learning about some of the things that had happened that night, just absolutely shocking. And I'm like, I want to go back to the convention.
Yeah. I'm that way too. I mean, even though this was only the second year I was part of it, I want to go back. I'm like, let's keep this party going here. Who else got a film that we could screen? Let's talk about that one. And I wanted to keep it going, but yeah, recovery time, it's a couple of days. And I'm not a big drinker. I think I had one drink, and that was Saturday night with beer with Skippy.
Right.
But it's still, like you said, 3-4 days to recover. It's like, oh my God, this is reality. Oh no.
Keith, what is it like for you? You've gone to conventions, right?
Oh yeah.
What is it like what is your experience after you get out the door and you go into the world?
It's kind of depressing. I don't remember the one year I won some awards, was, doing the horror hotel thing, and it's like, coming to the highest of the highs, and then it's like, that Monday, it's like, oh, back to work, back to being a drone again, you just feel like it's depressing.
Yeah, we drove back to, we stayed with a friend Sunday night in Vermilion, and even then, it was just like, whoa, we're heading home, oh, God. And Diana, my wife, was like, oh, no, I got to go to work tomorrow. But, yeah, honey, you do. Sorry. It's real life.
Got to go. So what are you doing to be able to And the other part of it is this: you get very excited about all of the stuff that you see, and of course the new people, but the things that are on display, and just all of that, and so you come up with lots of different kinds of ideas, and you have all of that running around in your head, and then you go out you're in the real world. How do you keep that excitement? How do you keep that inspirational stuff going as you go through the next, I don't know, 3 or 4 months, or maybe the next 11 months before you get to do it again?
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else wants to answer this question, but for me, I went back when I came here to Tuesday after the hotel. I rewrote a whole scene just to keep my mind in that mindset. It's like, I don't want to deal with the real world right now, so I just opened my laptop and rewrote a scene just to keep it going.
All right, so I'm interested in what Rick does after he comes back from an event and perhaps doesn't have another one for a while.
All right. Well, for me, I haven't really done too many of the conventions yet, but I'm interested in doing them for sure, and especially the film festivals. But I know the feeling you're talking about, because I feel that way when I come off a set, especially if it's been a long shoot. Yeah, when I come off a set, it's just a come down from the adrenaline rush and all these, friends around you, and yeah, it's really, really fun. And so as soon as I get back, I immediately start looking at casting notices and sending out resumes and trying to get the next thing going. In fact, I haven't. The show's not even over, and I've already talked to Doug and said, hey, talk to me when you're cast. You're,
In fact, I'm going to send Rick the Twin Carnation script. There's 3 or 4 roles that he would actually be perfect in. I'm going to have him read and say, all right, pick one. It's yours.
So Keith, and I did get it right. I had to look to make sure, but I got it right.
I've been called worse than Kevin.
It's me too.
Haven't we all?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Oh boy. All right, so let's talk a little bit about that. Not everybody's gonna, and this is like the very last hour, and people know that I can go off the rail on my last hour. But not everybody is gonna get what you do and understand why you're doing it and why you continue to do it. What do you do when people, if you've had that experience, what do you do when people come up to you and say, what are you doing with your life? Why don't you do this, this, and this? Because you're just simply blah, blah, blah.
Well, I mean, I can give you a little bit of an R-rated answer for that, but those people can kiss my ass because, I have something that, they don't have. I have a passion that drives me, and I think a lot of people say that because they don't. They close that door to Neverland, and, that works for them, and I'm glad that, they have their life, and, and that's what makes them happy. Making movies makes me happy. I figure I pay taxes, I work, I do all this grown-up stuff. You know what? Let me play. And yeah, you go about your life. I'm gonna go, about mine. And yeah.
I'm gonna go over to Doug. I'm gonna get his answer.
Well, for me, I've had major spinal surgery like this past August. And I'm still actually recovering from it, so I really can't work in the field that I have a degree in. I'm in the IT field. I got a bachelor's degree in network security, and I was let go from my job for reasons I'm not going to go into here, but if you want to do private, we can. But I lost my job in 2014. And after months and months and months of being turned down for this job, turned down for that job, that's when I wrote Abigail, during my off time, I guess you could say. And when I got to Horror Hotel last year, I fell in love with the indie film industry. And in the August, I had back surgery, and I'm like, well, I can't go back because I can only lift 25 pounds technically. I can't lift that 150-pound server and move it 300 feet anymore, or climb underneath the desk and look up and, doing wires like that. That's not going to happen, and probably won't happen for a while. So I have to look for other venues on making myself happy, making myself sane,
Right.
and just, if you don't like what I'm doing, sorry. Just like Keith said, you could kiss my ass.
Yep. All right. Now I'm going to go over to Rick. And have you had any experiences where people are saying, "What are you doing with your life, and why don't you do X, Y, and Z instead?"
I think anybody in the creative industry or even anything creative gets that a lot. People that don't get being creative just don't get it. They don't understand that need that creatives have. I've got to be creating something almost all the time, whether that's an application or it's a painting or it's writing or it's acting or it's music or it's it doesn't matter. I have to be creating or I feel like I'm doing nothing, and I just feel like I'm wasting away if I'm not doing that. And so the people that don't get it, I've kind of given up trying to make them understand it, because it's either something you have or you don't have. And the people that get it, and they love it, and I don't have any problem with that. And I've done pretty well trying to balance the real world with all this stuff, but I've got to be playing music. I've got to be, just recently, the last few years really, really caught the acting bug, and so I've got to do that now. It's just another, oh God, now I have to do this. I picked up painting a few years ago, and every once in a while that creeps back, and it's, oh, I got to paint something, So, I don't worry about the people that don't get it anymore.
I enjoy that, because there are a lot of creatives that I bring onto the show. Normally I bring on authors and we have a discussion about the creative process that way. And I find that, too, many of the creatives lead a very, I don't want to say stationary life, but a very separate life from everybody else, or they don't have too many people around them that they actually want to have around all the time, I guess. Some creatives are very much like, yeah, cool, it's nice that I know a bunch of people, but in my efforts to be able to do what I do best, I need to do that in solitariness. Do you find that when you want to be able to have people around you that you are able to get that, or does it take some effort to be able to bring other people around?
I guess it really all depends on who you're talking to. You really got to know your friends. You really got to know the people that you know. I mean, I hate to sound redundant on that, but it's true. Like this, I belong to a fantasy baseball and fantasy football leagues. During our baseball quote-unquote winter meetings, because it's a keeper league, I got into an absolute down-and-out argument with one of the another team manager, who said, I need Hollywood to make movies of any kind. And I'm like, excuse me? No, you don't. And I mentioned Genevieve Rossi. I showed him, the IMDb links for other indie films, and he's like, "Oh, dude, you need Paramount, you need Columbia, you need this, you need that." I'm like, pardon my French, but fuck you,
What my thing here though is you're doing football or whatever the heck sport it was, and you. And it that creeped in, and that kind of like took that away from you.
Yeah. Well, this was after the meetings, where everybody's sitting around drinking and talking trades and whatnot, and you know, a couple of the people know that I'm a screenwriter and I'm looking to make Zombie Strain, and you know, I'm asking for their support. A lot of people were really supportive about, yes, you know, let's get this done, and you know, I can't wait to see it. But this one idiot, I'm sorry.
There's a look, dudes. All right, come on. There is going to be, and we talk about a lot of this on the show regular. 10%. There's always that 10% of any group, and even you can get into a group like, you know, like you were in, and you could feel the camaraderie when you're doing that thing that everybody is all agreeing on. But then once that steps away and you kind of close the door on that and you open it up for other things, you're going to get that 10% jerk that's going to come in there and try to piss all over your parade.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was actually almost comical the way that he was trying to argue his point with me. You know, oh, you need this, you need that, and I'm like, no, F Hollywood. You know, I don't need that. I know people, you know, who are willing to help me. If I have to, I'll do a no budget like Keith, or you know, like backyard stuff or whatever. You know, I don't need Hollywood for that. And then, while at the award ceremony, my co-writer George Grayshaw, you know, who absolutely hates horror, but he wrote a horror movie with me. Go figure. He threw a lot of the realistic elements, and where I had supernatural, he's like, no, let's make it realistic here. You know,
right.
This kill would be great here. And he saw how much of a family we are, and I turned to him during the award ceremony, and I said, now you see exactly why I got into the argument. And he was like, oh yes, I understand now. I get it now.
It's very, it's an emotional process. It is a very invested personal process. And when you get people around that do truly understand the craziness of all of it, because you know, creative people, they don't necessarily have a lot of stability in their mental composition. That was very democratic in how I put that, but you know, we go through periods of time where we're highly productive, and then other periods of time where we just want to just say screw it to everything, all of it, and not talk to anybody else about it, because of course we're never going to get past this, whatever the hell obstacle this is. And then one day, or even hours later, somebody gives you a call, somebody sent you an email, somebody sent you a text message, and you're like, you're back into it again. And it's like, almost like a life preserver for the person, being able to have that creative outlet. It seems to me to be a complete and total normal portion of what a person's experience as a human being is supposed to be like.
Yeah.
How's that for deep?
I look at it this way. I mean, creative people are wired differently. They look around. They can see around corners, basically, like kids can. You know, kids, they kind of get that beaten out of, you know, when they become adults, and they stop being able to look around corners, and that's what creative people are able to do, which is great. But it also has that dark side of it, because you know, you're kind of skewed a little bit, and it also leads to depression, alcoholism, drug abuse. You know, it doesn't surprise me when I see creative people, you know, your Philip Seymour Hoffmans, your Heath Ledgers. You know, everybody's like, oh, what a dumbass, he was rich. You know, I do this, and it's like, dude, you don't understand how sensitive the creative person is, because they have that ability that most people don't. But there's a price to that.
Right.
There's definitely a price to that.
So, Rick, talk a little bit about, I don't know, if you will, the price of being a creative.
The price of being a creative. You know, I guess you can let it you know, sort of take over your life and cause big problems. But you can also, I think you can put a I don't know. I can kind of separate the two. You know, my two lives. You know, I get my job done when I'm working, and then I'm free to do what I need to do. Um, I wanted to go back though to the studio point. Yeah, there's no need for studios anymore.
No, it's not.
Unless you need $1 billion to make, you know, the next Avengers movie, and you're gonna, you know, that I understand. But you can get a group of friends together and maybe $2,000 in equipment, and you can make a great film with about $2,000 worth of equipment. As long as you concentrate on things like sound. I think that's where everybody goes off the rails with all the independent stuff. The sound is just usually horrible, and I see people in theaters and they forgive it because they know it's an independent. If a big budget Hollywood movie did that, they wouldn't. They'd walk out on it.
Oh yeah, they'd have a meltdown and then walk out.
But I've also noticed on the flip side to that, if you have awesome sound in your movie, if there's no obvious jarring cuts or different levels when people talk, or background music that's just way too hot because they haven't realized that nope, that just needs to barely be there. If you hit all those marks, even if your movie isn't all that great in terms of the actors and some of the other things, that does a lot to sell it as a professional film, and it gives you a lot more credibility for some reason. I mean, that's what I've seen. Sound is everything, and it's almost always the most overlooked.
Yeah, well, Keith does a absolutely fantastic job with his sound on no budgets.
Yeah.
So how do you? So then we're going to bring, since you mentioned that, Keith, how do you do that? How do you do that?
See, I wouldn't say I do a spectacular job, but a lot of it is.
Well, for no budget, it's absolutely brilliant. It works really well, and it's done really well.
I don't know. I just like to layer sound, and when you're editing, I mean, you basically have to. A lot of times I tell people I'm sick of watching the movie once it's done, because if you're editing, you've seen it over and over and over and over again, because you watch and you listen to it over and over and over again. You try to get every little mistake and every little thing. You don't always catch all of them, and then you always have to go back and fix them again. Because sometimes, what sounds okay when you're editing, when you actually put it on DVD or whatever and try to watch it, it doesn't work. So then you have to go back and fix the sound on this, and
Well, let's talk. Let's talk now with Rick about sound, because you have a band and you did a CD and you did all of that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
You have to make sure when you're doing a music production that the sound quality is absolutely phenomenal, because if it isn't and it gets stuck into that CD disc player or whatever the heck they're using to listen to it, those people are going to pick up what is not right. It's going to happen.
You know what? Yeah, if it's really, really bad, but if you're talking about sort of minor little mistakes and things, no, I don't think people do notice that. And what Keith was talking about, I think one of the hardest things people do, especially for creative people, is to learn when to stop on a project and to know when, okay, it's done. And anymore, I'm going to start killing the soul if I start taking more stuff away or cleaning up more things. It happens a lot. It happens a lot with music. If you can clean music up to the point where it's sterile and it no longer has any feeling to it. But if you leave things like ambient noise and squeaky guitar strings and things like that, you get the life. That's where the life of the performance is.
All right. So there's a saying that in life there is perfection, or not. There is imperfection in life, and that tiny bit of imperfection, it is like a signature to the artists themselves. That's them saying, this is this is what I've done, but I'm still striving to do better, and or more monumental things, but I'm still human. This is me with what my experience is, and like when you do a film and the person is invited to be able to watch it, this is like a vignette of what I've experienced. This is my personal experience, my creative venture, and I'm inviting you to be able to take part in this, and then kind of sit down and have a discussion about what it is that they just saw.
Right, and that's why I'm not a big fan of remasters and
Now, I hate
reboots
those.
and things like that. I think a movie, especially with movies, they stand for what that artist could accomplish at that time. And you know, could Alien be better? Sure, it could be better. There's a lot of things you could do that make that movie better. Jaws, you could do a lot of cool things with special effects. They didn't have them, and they still managed to make an amazing movie. Even though the shark totally broke down and he was supposed to be in every scene, and they were like, oh, okay, well, now what? And they wound up, Spielberg said, okay, well, what would Hitchcock do? Hitchcock would not show the monster and would just hint at the monster. And sure enough, and Jaws is, one of the greatest movies ever.
Scared the piss out of me. I was young when I saw that, and I was like, I don't want to ever see water again, ever.
I actually thought Jaws was funny, but then I got a really sick and twisted sense of humor, though, too.
All right,
another good story with Jaws that is back to that, just doing whatever it takes to get things done. When they were editing, Spielberg thought that he really needed one more good jump scare in the movie, because there was only one at that point, which is when they were chumming the water. So he needed that one where the head rolls out of the boat. You know that scene, right, where they're checking out the fisherman's boat and they actually filmed that in, I forget what her name is, but it's the editor on Jaws. They filmed that in her pool. They actually sunk a little boat in there, threw some milk into the water, threw a tarp over it, threw some. They did that in her pool while they were editing the movie, and went, okay, that works. Yeah. So I mean, that's the stuff I love about making movies.
And that is a wonderful way to wrap up a 5-hour
it was
show on film creatives. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
All of you. You guys are amazing. We've got
Love you, Jackie.
We've got Rick Jermain, we've got Doug Kaufman, and we've got Keith Munden. Thank you so much for being on the show. This show, you'll be able to pick up. It should load. It's got to do that uploading thing and all of that kind of thing. And they got a special word for it, and right now I'm too tired to remember it. But
processing.
Yes, they got to do that thing there, right there. And I have a couple of things that I'm interested in and asking to see what you would think about it before I actually click all the way out. I am the marketing director for a horror publishing company. It's an independent publishing house. Got started in January. They're doing quite well right now, but they offer classes, which is kind of cool. And in these classes, they have either professional house people or independent people talking about how to make the books better, how to get our authors. And these are special classes that are only for people that are actually signed authors with the company. And they get some better insight in how to make their writing process more distinct and real. So I'm interested in finding out if any of you would be interested in doing something, put something together to be able to help some of these authors in their writing process. And if you're interested in doing that, just message me, on Facebook and let me know. And maybe we can come up with some other kind of things to be able to do to be able to offer for them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You're talking writing criticism?
No, not
more,
like that.
I guess more like helping.
teaching
Okay.
them, mentoring them about, now they've already got, the authors that we have in this press are very good at what they do. We want to make them better. The publishing house itself is a developing company that helps develop the authors, and we offer special classes and training and things of that sort to be able to help them better their process. And I think that the background that you guys are bringing as far as films and things of that sort would be helpful, because you guys have a different kind of perspective when it comes to screenplays and it comes to storyline. So it would be helpful, I think, to be able to add some of that aspect into the company that I'm working with.
Yeah, I'm game.
It's also a way to be able to get your name out there, and you add that too, because you'll get credits for doing it. We can't pay you right now. We might be able to. What we're starting to do is starting to charge for these classes, because they're quality classes. We expect a synopsis of what you're going to be talking about and about the duration of how long you want to give. There's supposed to be homework given to the person. So it's like a 2-day kind of thing, and for a couple hours or something like that. And like I said, it's a great way to be able to meet some other people and, you know, continue the process.
Yeah, I'll pull in my buddy George Grayshaw, you know, who co-wrote Twin Carnation with me. While I'm working on the film, he's actually working on part 1 in book form.
See, you see, then now you understand my mindset. Now, Rick, because of the fact that you have such an extensive background in music, I very often talk about pacing, and that the pacing of a film with the music is very important, to have it make sure that it doesn't step on stuff that's going on around, or and help emphasize or carry the film along. And so in that respect, I talked to them about the pacing of their book, and so maybe we can get something where your background, you talk about your background as far as the music aspect of it, why pacing is so important. You have a film background. The film background can be easily translated into book. So it's more like taking what you know and adding it into changing the perspective of where you're going with it, and helping helping the individual to learn better how to do it by thinking about it differently.
Okay, I get where you're saying. I don't know that I would ever presume to teach anybody anything about anything.
One of the ways to learn your craft best is to teach.
Well, that could be, but I don't think I know. I mean, I could do a class, but it would last for about 15 minutes, because I'd have a few things to say, but
I think,
you know what I mean. I just don't think that I'm more than willing to give people advice. I'm not a teacher. No.
Let's see what we can do with it.
However, you did mention audiobooks and things like that you were looking for people to record. So talk to me about that, because I have my own studio and everything. So talk to me about that.
All right. Well, then I will talk to you about that. Can't get him to do the class, but I will. I'll work on him, even if it takes me a couple of years.
If you can find any subject that I might be remotely capable of talking about, I'll definitely consider it. But yeah, I don't feel like I know enough.
Okay, well then we'll wait until he does know enough, and then we'll get him. I can wait.
We'll reel him in slowly.
It's cool.
All right, guys. Okay, so it's 1:06 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much, everybody, for being on the show. And yeah, we're gonna wrap this up.
Super fun. I really enjoyed all the guests. It was really great.
Yay!
Yes, absolutely.
Really great.
We love you, Jackie. Keith, I will be talking to you soon. Rick, I'll send you an email tomorrow.